Check, 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 check. 1, 2. Members, we're going to get going in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes until we get underway. Good morning to everyone in the public gallery this morning. Good morning to the media. Good morning, team legal. Good morning, team clerks. Good morning, team media relations. Good morning, members. A warm and special welcome this morning to Councillor Troster.
Test 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
I'm going to let Councillor Brockington, warm and special welcome, take a seat and then we'll get underway. Another warm and special welcome to Councillor Devine. You got a warm and special welcome a couple of weeks ago. That was Ruby here? No. Good morning and welcome to the Planning and Housing Committee meeting number 15. I would like to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence sont enrichies et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. I'm going to ask Kelly for a roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kitts. Here. Councillor Lowe. Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Troster. Here. Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
And Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. I know Councillor Lowe has sent his regrets today and Councillor Johnson is fighting traffic. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as 5.1, 6.1, 6.3, 6.5, and 6.7 on today's agenda for the items just mentioned. Only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on September the 27th, 2023, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest today? I don't see any. Confirmation of the minutes. Are the minutes of meeting 14 confirmed? Thank you. There is a response to inquiry OCC 2023-08, the mandate and objectives of experimental farm consultation. I'm assuming that folks have read that in the context of the first substantial item on the agenda, which is the zoning bylaw amendment for 1081 Carling Avenue. We are going to receive a very short presentation from our heritage staff before going into 9 delegations, public delegations on that item. Item 6.1 is the zoning bylaw amendment for 230 and 232 Lisgar Street. And item 6.2 is the application for demolition and new construction at 230, 232 Lisgar Street, a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We don't have any public delegations on that one. Staff are prepared to make a presentation if anyone wishes, but is this item carried? Oh, sorry. The applicants are here. Project One Studio and Foten. Jillian Simpson is here from Foten, Ryan Coolwine from Project One Studio. If the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you still wish to speak? Thank you. Is this item carried?
Carried.
Thank you. So that's both 6.1 and 6.2. Item 6.3 and item 6.4 are the zoning bylaw amendment for 352 Somerset Street West, as well as the application to alter Somerset House at 352 Somerset Street West, also designated under Part 5. I know the Heritage Committee, those of us on that, received a good presentation on that this week, last week, this week, last week. That same presentation can also be made today if anyone wishes to get it today. I don't see that appetite. Richard Schmiel from Schmiel Architects is prepared to speak to the item. Richard, if the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you still wish to speak? Sorry? Okay, so we'll hold that item pending confirmation. And thanks. I know that Councillor Trosser would like to speak briefly to that as well. We also have a zoning bylaw amendment for 555, 591, 595, and 603 March Road. Good morning, Councillor Johnson. And none required. We have some motions on this one. There's a presentation if required. There are no delegations signed up to speak except for the applicant. Could we get those motions on the table now? I think Councillor Vice Chair Gower has those. Oh, sorry, Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Which one would you like first?
I leave it to you, Councillor Curry.
Right, that one looks good on the screen here. Whereas report ACS 2023 PREPS 0111 seeks approval of an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 555, 591, 595, and 603 March Road to permit high-rise mixed-use development. And whereas the official plan states that high-rise buildings should be composed of a well-defined base, middle, and top, with tower floor plate sizes generally limited to 750 square meters for residential buildings, and that larger floor plates may be permitted with increased separation distances. And whereas ACS 2023 PREEDP 0043, the Omnibus Official Plan Amendment 1 report, was adopted by Council on September 13th, 2023. And whereas this report added the following text to the official plan, generally is used in this plan to indicate the most common or typical instances or to suggest a trend. It does not apply to every single instance. The term conveys the idea that a particular parameter will typically be met while acknowledging that deviations may occur, and these deviations might substantially differ from the norm due to historic development or extraordinary conditions. And whereas the unique conditions of the proposed development include opportunities for several high-rise buildings over a projected 15-year timeframe for construction, and whereas flexibility is required by the developer to develop and meet goals for sustainable building technology, and whereas a technical amendment to document 2 of the report will reduce administrative burden and bring added flexibility for the developer, therefore be it resolved that document 2, details of recommended zoning within report ACS 2023 PREPS 0111 be amended by deleting 5, 6, maximum tower floor plate 750 square meters, and adding the following to the holding provision of as 5 XXVI, where one or more high-rise buildings with floor plates larger than 750 meters squared are proposed. The applicant will provide a demonstration plan with supporting studies for the entire area of the exception, illustrating that there are no undue adverse impacts of a larger tower floor plate on the public realm. to the satisfaction of the general manager of the Planning, Real Estate, and Economic Development Department. And be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Great motion. Do you have it in you to bring number 2?
Whereas report ACS 2023 REPS 01 approval of an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 555, 591, 595, and 603 March Road to permit high-rise mixed-use development. And whereas a rounding error was made in the calculation of the floor space index figures, and whereas as a result, a technical amendment is required to correct the errors in document 2 of the report, therefore be it resolved that with respect to report ACS 2023 PREPS 0111 document 2, details of the recommended zoning be amended by amending 5II to read in area A of schedule SYYY, maximum floor space index 2.6 inches, and amending 5II to read in area B. Oh, it's not even inches. That was a quote. In area B of schedule SYYY, maximum floor space index 3.1. And be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given.
Thank you. Home stretch, Kathy. Have you got the third one?
No, I only have 2. Did I know there was 3?
Oh, there is only 2. You're excellent. We just got the 2 for you. What is the next one?
The main one?
Oh, okay. Front ending. Fantastic. So, James Ireland and Greg Winters with Novatech, or Fel Petty or Daniel Byrne from the developer. If the committee is prepared to carry these items, do you still wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. No, we don't need to speak if the 3 items will be carried. Thank you.
Thank you. And do any members of the committee want that held? So with respect to the amendment, please do.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I read this application with interest. I think there's a lot of great stuff in this, limit auto dependency. Everything is mixed use, create a new public road that fits growth projections. So I really think this is an amazing example of how we want to be building in the suburbs. And I commend Councillor Curry and everyone who worked on it. I have an interest in sort of how this came together, so I'll follow up with staff. But I just wanted to comment that I think this is great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. See no further requests to speak. The first motion with respect to deletion of the maximum tower floor plate and an added provision with respect to the floor plate, is that carried?
Carried.
The second amending motion with respect to replacing some of the amendments to the schedule area A and area B, is that carried?
Carried.
And is the item carried as amended?
Carried.
Very much. Thank you very much to staff for your work on that one. The next item is 6.6, the front ending report, stormwater management pond in Gloucester Urban Center. That's in Orleans South Navan. There is, I believe, a motion on this one. Vice Chair Gower?
There is. Whereas revisions are required to the agreement conditions listed in document 3 of the report in order to achieve the intent of the said report, therefore be it resolved that document 3 of the said report be replaced by document 1 attached here too. And it's a 6-page document, so I will not read it, but it has been circulated and is available to committee members.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. The developer, Glenview Homes, Melissa Pat M, is here to speak to the item if required. Melissa, do you wish to speak to the item if committee is willing to carry this? Thank you. Members of the committee, is the amending motion with respect? Of course, please.
I have lots of comments today. Yeah, I just wanted to signal, I mean, front ending report for a stormwater management pond seems fairly innocuous, but this is going to unlock thousands of units, upwards of 5,000, as per the CDP, because it's allowing several subdivisions to proceed to draft plan approvals. So you will be hearing a lot from me in the coming, I'm just warning you, lots to talk about transportation and all that fun stuff. So yeah, thanks.
Thanks again, Councillor Kitts. Do any other members wish to make a statement on this one? I don't see any hands up. So is the amending motion carried? And is the report carried as amended? Thank you. Thanks again to staff on for their work on that one. Item 6.7 is the OPA and rezoning for 2475 Regina Street. We have 11 speakers on that now in addition to the applicant. So we will be holding that one. Were there motions on that one? Then there is the treasurer's report on 2022 growth-related revenues. There is no report on that. We don't have any delegations, but I'm going to hold the item. I know Vice Chair Gower has some questions. That report covers the 2022 development charges, the various other envelopes of growth-related. A good opportunity. I'm going to keep Gary Baker on the phone until later this afternoon to answer some questions on that one. So with those items carried, I'm going to go back to the start, which is the zoning bylaw amendment for 1081 Carling Avenue. I think as members well recall, there was an administrative error that led to the notification for this item not being sent to everybody who made comments on the application. The advice that we received and that I was happy to accept was to do another hearing on this. So this is the public meeting at which this item will be considered. I consider it to be a de novo meeting. I don't think I have heard since a month or so ago any new information on some of the considerations, like, for example, whether the transitions are appropriate or not. Members of the public and the applicant may continue to address those, but what we do have is an updated cultural heritage impact statement, which I think will be the crux of the discussion today. I've asked staff to very briefly address with us what that new cultural heritage impact statement is, and to give us an understanding of how it has amended or not their recommendation to us on the rezoning. So I see Colette and Andrew. What is the new cultural heritage impact statement?
Chair, I believe Leslie Collins is online today. She couldn't make it in person, and
Okay.
he's prepared to speak to that.
Thank you. Good morning, Leslie.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Excuse me for not being there, but I don't want to make you all sick. So I'm happy to provide an update on the cultural heritage side of things for this file. So since the August 16th Planning and Housing Committee meeting, the cultural heritage impact statement was revised and resubmitted to include analysis of the more recent shadow studies prepared by the applicant team. The revised cultural heritage impact statement does meet the city's terms of reference for the preparation of these documents. So the revised CHIS assesses the current development proposal and the updated shadow studies, as well as some of the correspondence received from Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada. In terms of the conclusions of that study, it does conclude that basically there will be some impacts as a result of the shadows on the farm. However, the author of the study does conclude that ultimately the cultural heritage impact of this proposed development is minimal on the overall cultural heritage value of the farm. So from a staff perspective, we acknowledge the concerns raised by AAFC about the future viability of the impacted fields for research. And we, as is noted in the staff report, we've relied on their professional expertise regarding their agricultural research, which is outside of mine and the heritage team's professional expertise. But we have to evaluate the proposal based on the policy framework in place. So in the official plan, the requirement around cultural heritage is that development adjacent to national historic sites has to have regard for the cultural heritage value as defined in the federal designation documentation. And the city may require the demonstration that the development does not unduly adversely impact these heritage resources. So as has been talked about many times at this committee and at council, impacts to heritage resources cannot always be completely avoided. And as such, the city generally takes the approach of trying to work to mitigate impact. So in this instance, the height and floor plates of the proposal have been reduced in part to mitigate impacts on adjacent properties. So based on this policy framework, Staff have concluded that when looked at individually, the proposed development does not have undue adverse impact on the overall cultural heritage value of the Central Experimental Farm as defined in the commemorative integrity statement. All of that being said, Heritage staff does acknowledge that future development based on the new official plan policy context surrounding the periphery of the farm may have a cumulative and potentially adverse impact on the cultural heritage value of the National Historic Site. And the department has initiated a conversation with Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada about how those impacts could be potentially mitigated in the future. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have on that.
Thank you, Leslie. And I imagine that after delegations, members probably will have a number of questions for you with respect to the relationship between the heritage value of the farm and the shadow impact. So stay around for that, please. The applicants are here, and I would offer an opportunity to speak to the item if they so choose. Otherwise, we can move into public delegations. As the applicants are, yeah. I'm sorry I missed the presentation. You have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I'm Miguel Tremblay. I'm a partner from here with John Stewart from Commonwealth and Braden Walker and Cal from Taggart. We are not intending to revisit some of the discussions from last week, simply to signal to the committee that we are supportive of the findings and recommendations of the report related to building height, density, transition, and our obligations for those studies. With that in mind, we did acknowledge that the cultural heritage impact statement should be revised, as you heard from Ms. Collins, and John Stewart is here to speak more directly to the findings. So I'll turn over to John. Do I manage the screen or?
Good morning. I guess you all realize that, thank you, that I prepared, or the Commonwealth prepared, the heritage impact assessment. The initial assessment addressed the farm and the surrounding neighborhood and was submitted a while ago. And in the process, there's a requirement and a request by the city to focus on the farm, addressing the shadow studies, updated shadow studies, and addressing the 2 documents defining the heritage value of the farm: the commemorative integrity statement and the statement of significance. The potential shadowing of the fields was also addressed with the original and revised shadow study prepared by Hoban's office, and had a look at the agri-food analysis in their letter to the city, and had a look at the analysis prepared by Councillor Leeper. Next slide, please. The commemorative integrity statement assess the potential impact and looked at the boundaries, the spatial balance of the farm, and determined that it was being maintained. It looked at the surviving 19th century landscape plan, including the core area, administration, the arboretum and ornamental gardens, and the experimental fields, and determined that the impact was there was no impact. He also looked at the element, the extent of the area to carry out and support scientific research function, and determined it was maintained. The character of the farm as defined by fields, utilitarian buildings, and circulation patterns are not compromised. And the feature of the farm within the city remaining sufficiently large to provide a contrast to the scale of the urban development is unaffected and not impacted. Next slide, please. In terms of the statement of significance, the SOS, the impact to heritage attributes listed in the statement of significance focused specifically on the experimental fields, the plots, the roads, and shelter belts. Include the organization of fields based on grid system of roadways and access lanes and distinctive internal fencing, and were preserved and not impacted. The open cultivated fields with their variable sizes, colors, textures, and seasonal variations remain untouched. The relationship between the open fields and the heavily screened driveway with its parkway characteristics is unchanged. The shelter belts made up of hardy trees which are protected, the fields is not impacted, and the viewscapes from outside the farm looking across the fields are not compromised. Next slide, please. The impact in terms of the shadow study, the impact is based on the official plan designation of Central Experimental Farm as a green space with a sub-designation of open space. The terms of reference for shadow analysis defines impact for public spaces as a new net shadows resulting in an average of 50% of the public space being cast in shadow for 5 or more hours intervals during the September 21st fall solstice test date. Basically from that analysis, it was found the impact of shadowing conforms to the criteria set out in the city's terms of reference. The next slide, please. In terms of the conclusions to the HIA, is opinion that the proposed development will not significantly impact on the identified cultural heritage values associated with the farm. The commemorative integrity statement, the farm's research role, the recognition of the farm within the city, and the farm's heritage significance will be preserved. The statement of significance, the SOS, defining features referencing the agricultural lands, the plots, fields, shelter belts will be preserved. The impact of shadowing is, in this specific project is acceptable per the criteria of the city's terms of reference. And finally, it is not within the CHIS scope of or the author's expertise to comment on the in-depth analysis or dispute the role of the farm as a scientific institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a few questions of clarification because I just want to make sure I understand the position in advance of the Agriculture Canada delegation. So it is your belief, sir, that shadowing on agricultural research lands where no shadowing exists now is acceptable. That is your position.
That's my position, yes.
Okay. And it's because, if I understand correctly, that the amount of time that these shadows will be on the agricultural research lands is insignificant in length.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And again, just for my understanding, has the proponent been able to have any type of discussion with Agriculture Canada about the proposed development, understanding Agri-Canada's concerns to hammer out any issues? Has there been that opportunity?
Do you want to take that?
We didn't have any additional discussions, but we were made aware that the city was going to be having those discussions. We were told that at the last meeting, and there's been some follow-up discussions with staff, which is the most appropriate avenue.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Do any other members have questions? Vice Chair.
Yeah, just following up again for clarification. So the study found that a sufficiently large area to carry out and support the scientific research function is safeguarded and maintained. And I appreciate the question from my colleague to that's based on the net new shadow. So in this case, are you considering just the individual field that's closest to this building on Carling Avenue when you're saying a research function is safeguarded and maintained, or are you looking at the overall land of the agricultural Canada land, the entire farm, or is it just a specific field that we've been focused on?
The focus was on the entire farm.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Thanks, Chair.
And may I add just a small clarification and just to remind in terms of context, the Central Experimental Farm is 427 hectares of land within an urban context bound by roads that this OP has identified as strategic corridors for growth and achieving some of our housing objectives. Some of the shadow impacts, and you heard from the previous time we were here, because Barry Hoban and Associates spoke to their shadow study a little bit, but some of the shadowings are actually, they're not exclusively on agricultural fields. Some of the shadowing relates to surface parking areas, existing buildings, a helicopter pad, and some grass areas. So, you know, in terms of the scale of the farm, I think it's important as part of this discussion and the potential for it to sterilize these corridors where the city has now conducted environmental assessments to complete some of their BRT corridors and stimulate this kind of development along those corridors. But the shadow impacts important, but at the same time, not exclusively on agricultural lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one point of clarity for my sake, and I think for the sake of all deciding. I fully recognize that there are different opinions and assessments on the impact of shadows on the adjacent property from your development onto the adjacent property. And it does seem that AgCan is saying that the impact is detrimental. And I believe you're saying that in your opinion, the impact is not as detrimental. But when it comes to the analysis within the AAFC's study and analysis, did I hear you say earlier that you are not qualified to refute or assess their analysis?
I'm a landscape architect, and I definitely understand that shading and shadow it defines what can be grown in an area, but I don't have the skills or knowledge to address their specific research.
And so does that mean then that if their analysis is based on their expert understanding of the farm and what it does for their purposes, that your counter is not an expert opinion that is assessed on the same merits that theirs is?
That's correct.
Thank you. So not an expert analysis on that measure. Thank you.
But if I could offer
Yes, please.
again one other clarification and maybe revisit some of Mrs. Collins' comments, though. There is an obligation for the applicant to do a shadow study, and then the city reviews it. Those shadow studies are done in terms of the terms of reference, and the intent is to identify policies that are being offended. It's not that your OP doesn't recognize the scientific nature of the experimental farm. It defines it as open space, green space, and I think it's policy 717, something along those lines, recognizes that the farm does have an experimental and scientific role, and that's what makes it the farm. But the study responds to the terms of reference, and despite the fact that you may hear delegations that there are impacts to the farm, it doesn't offend any of your policies. So in terms of weighing that, you have to look at your existing official plan policies and determine what that impact is as defined by those policies, not other aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I fully recognize that you are here and qualified to speak to the policies that we do have on the books, but what we lack are the proper policies. But regardless of the lack of proper policies to assess this, we still have to do a real assessment of the actual impact. And if our policies are not present, that is not on you, but there still is going to be a consequential impact that is verifiable, that will be discussed. And I think we have to make that decision based on whether the policy exists or not, based on the actual factual impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I don't see any other members of the questions. I am wondering, I just want to make sure that I fully understand the relationship between the impact of this development and the cultural heritage value of the farm. If this building goes in, whether it is at 9 stories or whether it is at 26 or 16 or whatever, it is going to shadow a field that hitherto has been unshadowed. And the variability of shadow crossing that field is going to make a particular type of research impossible. It will, I shouldn't be so absolute, but very challenging to do. Does that not, because it makes a type of experiment that requires no variability in shadowing, does that not diminish the farm's value as described by the statement of cultural value? John?
I think if it's determined that there is an impact, a specific impact to the experimental opportunities, or that there definitely is an impact, but whether it negates that, I'm not sure. I just don't have the skills to evaluate the information so far.
I guess what I'm wondering is, what does research mean in the context of the statement of value? So the research, the farm, part of its value that we are supposed to protect is its research value, right? I am wondering whether eliminating the potential for one particular type of research negates the farm's value for research overall.
You're asking specifically a question?
Yeah, on the heritage side, the use of the word research is fairly broad.
It is, and I think the experimental farming, it's a big piece of land, and the experimental components, I mean, the ornamental, the research that done by the Preston sisters, the terms of everything from lilac through to daylilies, at that level, I think, you have the aspect of the shelter belts, and at one time they were believed to be extremely important part of the farm, and so I think that throughout the history of the farm, research has been a primary element in a range, not only the grain crops and the cereal crops, but in a whole other areas as well. So I think as an institution, I think research is a sort of a basic platform of the experimental farm.
Does the shadow impact that would be created by a building, 9, 16, 26 stories at this corner, does it eliminate the potential for research at this institution to the point where council would be bound to protect it?
I think this specific project, the impact, from my interpretation, and I say that just as a layman, is passing or fleeting. I think if you end up with 24, 30, or 40-story buildings all around the farm, then I think it completely negates that aspect of research along those edges. Right. Whether it impacts it in the entire site, I don't believe so, but I think in fact it would impact quite severely the edges of the farm as we know it right now.
And I know there's going to be discussion around the long-term future of the farm, its role as a research facility, and the relationship between the farm and the city's goals of intensification along transit corridors, but we don't have to do that right now. So we'll have that discussion through the rest of this. I don't have any further questions. Did members have any other questions? Okay, I don't see any online. I thank you for your presentation. So we're going to move into the public delegations. Joshua Moon is up first. And Mr. Moon is representing the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association, I believe. No, that's okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was greeting Mr. Stewart. I didn't hear you were saying something.
Oh, I believe you're representing the Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
My name is Joshua Moon. I'm legal counsel representing CHNA, Civic Hospital Neighborhood Association. And I commend to you my letter of yesterday, September 19th, and the references to prior submissions. I'm going to jump to the core of the question. I've heard the discussion. I've read the materials. Part of the cultural heritage value of the farm is research. Decades of research. Part of the cultural value of the farm is the research that takes place under the shadowing at this location. The city shadow study terms of reference for open space does not contemplate research-based land use like the Central Experimental Farm. The question was asked, acceptable as per the city's terms of reference for open space? Yup, it is. The problem is the terms of reference don't identify and deal with this particular use. And there's an obligation, the test. I think, Mr. Chair, is there an imperative for the city to do something or protect it? Yes, there is. It's the good planning imperative. The good planning imperative, it's an amorphous thing. I used to be a planner a long time ago. I work with planners. I worked with Mr. Stewart, by the way, who indicates he doesn't have the expertise to analyze this. Neither does the staff person who spoke. An important part of good planning is, are the adjacent nearby uses compatible, and will you do any harm? My understanding is you're going to hear from Agriculture Canada, you've already received reports to that effect, that you will. And that goes to the cultural heritage aspects of the farm, which you have to protect. Also goes to good planning, which you have to implement restrictions on adjacent development that cause harm or damage to the existing use. I'm going to recommend to you peer review. That you take a moment, take a little time, hire the expertise as independent peer review. There's McDonald College at McGill, 2 hours down the road. They have expertise. University of Saskatchewan, farther away, they have expertise. Get them to analyze what is the exact harm to these fields and to the research being taken on there. That research being part of the cultural heritage of the farm, which you are obligated to protect. Give them the expert duty statement from the Ontario Land Tribunal. They have to perform their work independently, without bias, fairly. Analyze the staff position, analyze the agricultural heritage, agricultural agri-foods and Canada's position. Come back and say, is this significantly detrimental or even detrimental, or does a staff position does not adversely impact, they say, does not create an undue adverse impact. Yet I heard the staff person this morning, the first say, well, there is an impact, but she said she's not qualified to identify, is it adverse or undue adverse impact, and neither is Mr. Stewart. I think that's the core of it. I'll just end. There may be some people who say that CHNA is being opportunistic and jumping on this. And it's true, this is not central to their issues in the Civic Hospital neighborhood, but they're citizens that care about the experimental farm, as do many people in this city. And its research function, there's books written about it, layman's books about the research function of the farm, don't detrimentally impact it. This project can be amended to a compromise position. And the CHNA in their previous submissions has indicated they're not against development, and they had some level of support for the project. Those are my submissions. My colleague here will do some analysis of the shadows. Thank you.
I would just caution, it's a 5-minute presentation from each of the delegations. Are we moving on to a separate delegation now? Okay. So this is the Bill Gregg presentation delegation. So both gentlemen are here together. Can I ask people to hold questions and we'll post both to both? Thank you. Bill, please.
Do I just push the button here? Okay. Good morning. I was here at the last planning meeting. My name is Bill Gregg. I'm an architect that's been in Ottawa for about 40 years, and I've got involved in this because I'm concerned with the incremental approach to development that's occurring in the city at this point. So I've prepared 3 videos to try and understand the shadow studies that have been produced both by the proponent as well as Agriculture Canada. The 3 videos are about 20 seconds each. They show first the existing situation, the shadows cast on the farm from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the afternoon on June 21st. The second one, the proposed video, is of 16 and 27 floors. And the last video is if you use 1081 as a precedent, what kinds of shadows would be cast on those fields during the same time period. So could I have the next slide, please? This is just for orientation. So where the red triangle is the present 1081 site. You can see the Civic Hospital to the upper right and the farm to the lower right. It takes up most of the slide. Next slide, please. This is a video, so could you please play the video? This is the existing shadows cast from 4 o'clock until 8 o'clock in the evening. It's rather slow to start, but you can see how these shadows are creeping across the fields to 8 o'clock. And I just point out the sunset is at 8:55. So this is a little short of an hour before sundown. Next slide, please. So, yeah, the next slide, please. Okay, so this shows the 16 and 27 floor proposal transplanted into the model. And we'll just go to the next slide, please. And if you wouldn't mind playing the video. So it's the same time period. You can see the shadows creeping across the site. They cross Winding Lane and they extend into other research fields farther to the south of Winding Lane. I've checked my model with the proponents, and for the most part, it checks out. So I don't have a problem with that. It's just, I couldn't understand how these shadows were being cast from the information that was being provided either by the proponent or by Agriculture Canada. So that's why I produced these. Next slide, please. Next slide. There we go. Okay, so this shows if you know the 1081 is accepted and built, and it's used as a precedent. There's a property on the corner of Carling and Holland that's just a slightly bigger than the present 1081 site that could accommodate the same sort of development. And that's what I've placed in the model here. So let's go to the next slide. So this is a video showing how these two, so the accumulation of building along the Carling corridor. So you can see that it's having quite a cumulative effect and affecting even more research lands by 8 o'clock. So it's still short of sundown. So next slide, please. So, and I apologize for the thank. I don't know where the U dropped off, but firstly, I hope this illustrates the extent of shadows into the farm being far greater than the present 1081 Carling building. Secondly, by approving the 1081 in its present massing, it sets a precedent for development along the Main Street corridors, which ring the central experimental farm. And thirdly, I feel the city should pause its application and work with Agriculture Canada to amend our official plan to protect this unique Ottawa asset. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. All right, so questions for either Mr. Moon with the CHNA or Bill with the CHNA, Mr. Gregg? I don't see any questions from members. Is it? Really? I believe you. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to pursue 2 lines of questions. Sir, I didn't get your full name, legal representative. Can you just remind me? Thank you, sir, Mr. Moon. 2 points. And I believe you made reference to this in your presentation, so I'd like you to expand on this if you can, sir. It's my understanding the official plan is silent on agricultural research, the value of agricultural research. The proponent has followed various policies that exist per their application, but the city's official plan fails to adequately address the value of agricultural research lands. That's my first point. Could you comment on that, please?
The official plan does not address the notion of agricultural research on these lands.
Fair enough. Okay. Shadow studies were done by the proponent, reviewed by the city. What is your opinion on the analysis that was done on the exact harm on agricultural research lands due to the shadowing?
I'm a lawyer. I can't comment on the exact harm. This is a rezoning application. Rezoning applications still have to be good planning and still should not cause harm. My understanding is harm, detrimental impact, a whole range of words you would use, adjacencies that don't work, they're incompatible. Those are the different tests. My understanding is you've already received documentation from Agriculture Canada. You will hear their submissions. I'm sure they'll speak to the detrimental impact on the research aspects of their work at the Central Experimental Farm, that detrimental impact is significant. You have that stark contrast between staff saying no undue influence or impact, and they saying significant, major, stark contrast between the two. So I can't comment on what the exact harm is. And I put it to the committee. You can't make the decision because unless you can accept that Agricultural Canada maybe knows what they're doing and they're experts, and there should be a pause and you should look at the height of the building to see if the shadow impacts can be reduced. Or if you say, well, maybe staff or Mr. Stewart might have some knowledge, but maybe not enough, then go the peer review route. Get an independent third party in to look at it. I hope that answers your question, but I can't tell you what the harm is. That's not my role. I can tell you people are saying there's harm, detrimental impact, negative impact.
Everyone okay over there? Thank you for your delegation. I was wondering, I'm curious about this idea of peer review, and I wonder if you have any other examples of when a planning application has gone through such a process.
Peer review happens regularly, maybe not so much in the city of Ottawa because you do have a fairly high level of expertise at the staff level, but outside of the larger municipalities, GTA and Ottawa, municipalities regularly don't have the expertise. So I'm involved with one that's hydrogeology and a debate between hydrogeologists, the proponents, the town hired their expert, and now there's a third party coming in to mediate between the positions, and the parties have all accepted that. You can impose peer review as part of the approval process, and the notion is you hire an independent third party person with expertise to do this analysis of AgCan's position and city staff's position. City staff are admitting they're actually not giving you anything about the detrimental impact on the research. They're saying that there's, in their belief, there's no undue impact. The words are right in the study. Sorry, the staff report. Does not adversely impact. That's pretty, like, at all? Doesn't adversely impact at all? Does not create an undue adverse impact on the CEF and the ability to continue research activity. That's a quote from the staff report. What's undue? I think you need somebody else to come in and tell you what's undue, unless you just accept Agriculture Canada knows what they're talking about, and it is an undue impact. So peer review is a process done all over the province. You hire the third-party independent impact expert. You put the same tests on them that the Ontario Land Tribunal puts on experts, unbiased, free from undue influence, making a statements and research in the public interest. Those are the statements every expert has to make when they go to the OLT. Get Macdonald College or University of Saskatchewan or University of Guelph, whoever's got the bioscience expertise to analyze the work they're doing over decades, and come in and say, is there an adverse impact? What's the level of the adverse impact? And then you make the decision whether you're allowed to go to the full height or not.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I don't see any other questions, but I of course have a couple. So Mr. Moon, we're talking about undue adverse impact, and you stressed that a number of times in the presentation. And you suggested that peer review could be a way of determining in an unbiased expert way whether the impact is undue or not. But shouldn't we be interpreting undue as in the context of conflicting public interests? The fundamental tension that we have today is between the public interest in intensification on our transit corridors versus an impact on the farm that certainly Agriculture Canada considers to be undue. How will peer review help us to unravel and address that tension? Presumably peer review is not going to be expert in determining, is it more important that we rein in sprawl and have the density necessary in order to have transit down these transit priority corridors, eventually light rail, that we have a certain number of people who live in neighborhoods that are served by amenities. I'm concerned about peer review because while I may hear from a peer reviewer what the impact is on the farm, that doesn't help me to unravel whether or not it's undue in the context of conflicting public interests. I want to give you an opportunity to address that.
In my letter submission, I use the concept of ships passing in the night. They may see their lights flash, they don't communicate, and they keep on their way. And in many respects, the circumstance is the policy conflict and the work done by the city and the province and the work done by the federal government. There's got to be a way to respect both, and there's got to be a way to implement both. So the objective at the provincial level and at the city level of intensification, more housing units, and then the objective at the federal level, as I understand it, this is This work goes to food security, our Canada's food supply, pretty critical stuff that they're doing there on the site. I say in the letter, it's kind of ironic that someone would suggest that maybe, oh, they do this work someplace else. It's work on our food supply. You shouldn't be asking them to move elsewhere. I'm on a respectful submission, and sure that experts might disagree, but I think you could find some experts that would say you should defer to Canada's food supply research and reduce the height of the building. But you have to answer the first question. Is there adverse impact? What's the level of adverse impact? And you can still have increased housing supply at this location, a number of other locations, but with reduced adverse impact, or maybe even very little at all. So that's the balance between those two policy perspectives. And I think good planning means you have to take into account the mandate of AAFC and the CEF work in your analysis. That's part of good planning. They're there. You really shouldn't ask them to move, and you should try to, if it was a daycare that was being shadowed for 8 hours a day, you wouldn't say the daycare, you move. You would ask the applicant to try to give them some sunlight during the day. Here, it's not a great analogy, but here, these long, late hour sunlight hours, my understanding from reading the material, are really important to the research. It's really important to get the low, long sunlight going through. Now, listen, I'm not here to argue for Agri-Canada, but I'm here to argue for good planning. And I'd urge you to get the first step, the peer review, and then you make the second decision you asked about, Mr. Chair. How do you balance the two policy objectives, both being important? Intensification, more housing units, food science, food security, climate change, research at the farm.
So I think, yeah, I mean, I'm already in a place, having taken a look, that I accept that there are adverse impacts on certain forms of research at the farm. And we're going to hear more, I'm certain, with the next delegation about the impacts of the shadow here. But I'm ready to start wrestling today with the fundamental policy conflict we have between the city's intensification goals, our official plan, well thought through, versus the impacts from this particular development. But if I may, I'd like to move on to Mr. Gregg, just with respect to the shadow study. And Bill, I've told you before, I think your shadow videos are masterworks. But I'm wondering if we can pull up the third video in the final frame, and bear with me for a moment while we pull that up.
That would be the second last slide, I believe.
Oh, and
You're looking
that
for,
one will work too. The second video.
the second one shows the proponent's proposal. The third one shows if you accept that and then put that on to an adjacent site, which is very similar, zoned the same way, a little bit bigger, what would then happen?
Remember your mouse? Oh, when that's up for display, I'll borrow your mouse. Oh, you know what? I'll use that. May I just borrow your mouse? Oh, once it's been displayed. I just want to make sure I'm understanding where the shadows are going to fall.
So that's just, that isn't a video, that's just
No,
a,
that's,
so it would be the net, if you're,
yep. Are you able to see my, the cursor? Yep, I'm moving it around. Okay. So there's a field that is separated into small plots.
that's, yeah.
So Bill, your analysis didn't show any shadow on that field. The farm has asserted that there would be a shadow impact of 7,474 minutes per year from out of 260,000 total sunlight minutes from this proposal. I just wanted to ask you, why would it not show? I think the applicant shadow study shows shadow here. The farm has asserted shadow impact.
I'm
but-
not sure where you're pointing, actually.
Okay. I would jump up on a ladder, but that would be inappropriate.
And
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to show you on the screen. There is a research field that in your video presentation shows no shadow impact that I was wondering if you could explain. However, if you are not able to determine which field I'm pointing to, then the exercise is pointless. Thank you. I have no further questions. Does anyone else have questions? None? Okay. We'll move on to the delegation from ACAM. Stephanie Beck with questions available, or the folks who are able to respond to questions. Pascal Michel is the director, DGON Malcolm Morrison is one of the scientists. Joel Wilkin is the director of real estate services. That's okay. I'm not. If I had a laser pointer showing up on the screen, it'd be better than the gavel. I'll let you folks get settled in, and then you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much. I appreciate having the clock too, very helpful. And you've already introduced everybody, so I appreciate it. Et merci beaucoup de nous avoir invités aujourd'hui. Ça fait plaisir d'être parmi vous et de pouvoir expliquer qu'est-ce qui se passe de notre point de vue. You've heard a lot from everybody already, and I think what I'm going to say clarifies and reinforces those messages as well. So I'm here to raise our concerns about the significant, costly, and enduring impacts that this development, if it goes ahead as planned, will have on the Central Experimental Farm. We really appreciate your taking the time to hear us out and to hear more about the details of what the impact will be. And I should say, at the request of our lawyers, I'll preface my remarks to note that the Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food's participation in this process is without prejudice to any future actions we might take, and such actions could include pursuing appropriate compensation for the deleterious impacts of this decision. So by way of background, the farm was one of a number of research farms established around the time of Confederation. It had some very specific reasons for the establishment. We needed to do research that is adapted to our climates and that would help farmers feed the growing population of Canada. Today, this farm in Ottawa is the oldest and arguably most important of a network of research and development centers across the country. When you've had your sandwich for lunch today, the wheat that is made from the bread that is made from the wheat can be traced back to a variety developed here in Ottawa by our researchers on the farm. There is a direct link between the research that we do every day and the food that we feed our nation with. There's also a direct link to the Canadian economy. We're talking about a sector that generates over $140 billion of our gross domestic product. Agriculture represents 1 in 9 jobs across the country. Here in Ottawa, that includes the whole food value chain, from the farmer in Kinburn to the server here in the cafeteria in City Hall. Our research also delivers significant benefits for the environment, not to be underestimated in a time of environmental change. We develop crops that have built-in resistance to bugs and disease, so farmers can use fewer pesticides on their land. These innovations made here in Ottawa have become part of Canada's agricultural success story. Trying to explain that what we do is much bigger than a tract of land in the middle of a city. It is much more important than just a piece of land and a group of buildings. And to deliver these results for Canadians and frankly for the planet, because Canada is a major food exporting country, our researchers need to work in a controlled environment. This requires predictable levels of sunlight, moisture, climate, and soil. The research projects on these sites cannot easily be moved elsewhere. If you do allow this development to go ahead as is, you should know that millions of dollars and decades of long-term research will be compromised. Our rigorous scientific study has demonstrated that the proposed apartment towers will result in significant shade cast on the farm's research land and greenhouses. And I would just add to clarify, because there's been a couple of questions about that. Our research and our study is about the entire year-long process. The studies that you have seen are 1 day in time. The shade that we have ascertained will be falling on our land will compromise the viability of the land for field experiments and could delay flowering in sensitive crops and, of course, delay the harvest period. This is significant. This is also why the proposed development at 1081 Carling will lead to permanent damage to the functioning of research conducted at the farm. And as I mentioned earlier, there is an enormous financial impact as well. We are also deeply concerned by the criteria used by the city to assess the potential impact of the high-rise towers on the farm. And this has also been mentioned this morning. The criteria used are flawed for two reasons. They are based on the designation of the farmland as open space, when it is obviously no such thing. And they're also based on assessment metrics that have zero relevance to the work being done on the farm. Selecting a day of the year and calculating shade for a moment in time on that day is nonsensical when assessing impact on farmland. It may be relevant to other things, but it is not relevant for farmland. The city has previously acknowledged the incremental impact these developments are having on heritage space, and our concerns today should also be understood to extend to future development plans around the farm. Innovative science is at the core of our work at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, and our work on the farm brings benefits far beyond Ottawa's borders. It contributes to food affordability and security, ensuring that safe, healthy food is accessible to all Canadians. This is even more essential in the current geopolitical environment. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the hands are starting to go up. First up, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation and the work undertaken prior to today. A number of staff have been engaged on not just this file, but other files. We appreciate Agriculture and Agri-Food employees' time to date. This is one of many applications we're going to see over time. And as I said at my comments at the last committee meeting, I'm not necessarily focused exclusively on 1081 Carling because we know there are other applications in the queue and they're going to be coming. And this really is a discussion about the importance of agricultural research and how to mitigate going forward. You've been very clear, this will cause significant damage. You've said permanent damage. It'll be very costly, millions of dollars. Research will be compromised. You take issue with the criteria that the city's own analysis has been on the site. You've been very, very crystal clear. How do we go forward? What are optimal heights around the perimeter on Carling, on Marivelle, on Baseline, on Prince of Wales? This is coming. And my sense is there really hasn't been in-depth conversations with the city to date on these types of topics. Taggart deserves a decision by the city of Ottawa. I respect that. But I respect even more the agricultural research and the value of what's going on at Agriculture Canada for all the reasons listed to date. So how do we do that? What are your recommendations on how the city should move forward? Should there be a working group that specifically talks about mitigation to protect your lands, Canada's lands, recognizing developments coming, but I want to make sure we understand what is a good path forward for all of us to work towards.
I'm not a city planner. I agree, though, that it would be essential going forward to have direct conversations and explicit ones about what would be necessary, excuse me, to mitigate Obviously, any change to the shade pattern on the land will contribute to detrimental effects and change how we can do our research. I don't know what the optimal height is for a building, but that is something that we can determine in consultation with the appropriate experts. Happy to sit on any working group, come to any meetings that are necessary. This is very important and we are committed to taking the time that's necessary.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to yield the floor and I see other questions, but thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So first off, thank you for being here. When this committee debated this file back in August, it did feel that a lot of the arguments, some of the arguments and decisions were based on the fact that there was no physical presence, even though your voice was clear back in August, just as it is right now today. It sounds like what you raised the question, it sounds like of legal action and the possibility of compensation in your remarks. Can you elaborate on that, please? Because I don't think that's something that has been considered.
So we are hoping not to have to take any such action, but we are losing access to research facilities that cost millions of dollars. If we are being asked to mitigate, there is a cost to that.
Thank you. I'm sure that our staff is taking note of that. I hope. So I met with several of your staff last week where these kinds of shadow impacts were described. Pascal, you described them as punching a hole in the wall of your laboratory. So we have this development here today, 1081 Carling. We have a development in my ward at 780 Baseline coming up this fall. I suspect that you have a concern about the impact of that development as well. Is it fair to say that there would be a cumulative detrimental effect on your research when you consider the shadow impact of 1081 Carling in addition to the impact of 780 Baseline?
Absolutely. Every incremental development will cast different types of shadows on different times of day along our land, and that will absolutely have an impact on what we can do, what time of year, how reliable our data is, what the impact will be on Canadians and on the food security of Canadians. Absolutely. The more we do this, the more difficult it is going to be. So to get back to your earlier question, yes, necessary to discuss.
Thank you. And to follow up on that, because my concern has not only been on your research and the impact that your research has for Canadians and worldwide really, but the impact on the farm as a valuable asset to all Ottawa residents. And so in your opinion, can the impact that projects such as these have on the farm pose a sufficient threat to the farm's capacity to do research that at some point, if these kinds of developments continue, the viability of the farm itself comes into question? In other words, does Agriculture Canada foresee a tipping point where you pull up states altogether and there is no longer a farm there?
Well, there certainly would be a tipping point where after which time it no longer makes financial sense or administrative sense to have a significant number of research on land where we can't do the research we need to do. So I don't know exactly what that point is, and we would need to investigate that, but absolutely that would be a problem. But maybe if I could add above and beyond, it's not just the value of the land to us, it's the value of the land to the city. And to have a farm, a fabulous space in the middle of the city that everybody can enjoy would also be diminished. The more development there is around the size of the farm and the acreage that would be reduced. I would note that there is some irony in developers saying that they would like to build around the farm because they'll have this fabulous view of the farm, this bucolic visitation possible every day. Well, that's not going to be the case if we have enough development casting shade over the farm.
Oh, no, I was going to mention that earlier. They may be marketing an asset that will be devalued by its very presence. It's clear to me that a thorough conversation about the contrasting needs of the city versus the farm has to continue taking place. I had the opportunity to speak with your staff and start discussing crazy creative ideas. I hope that those conversations continue, but you've already said so, but we have this file here today. We have 780 Baseline. We also have coming up in the future, the prospect of commissioning a secondary plan for Baseline, which is one of the arterial corridors, being developed by the city. Is Agriculture Canada, are your staff willing to sit at the table with the city of Ottawa and, you know, have these creative discussions where hopefully we can find some common ground, some mutual interest, or at least a middle ground between our competing interests?
And to be clear, we very much appreciate the dilemma. We need more housing. We're not disputing this. We do think, though, that there is a middle ground, and we would be more than happy to take whatever time is necessary to sit down and discuss.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate where my colleagues are going in terms of establishing clearer policy and guidelines, whether that's through a secondary plan or through ongoing discussion. We went through 2.5 years of consultation on our official plan in the last term of council. I don't remember receiving correspondence from Agricultural Canada. I don't remember having any delegations come to that. I think it was very clear in that process, the intention that Carling and Baseline would be corridors where we see more development, more intensification, more density, more height. In fact, it was in the context of we wanted to encourage intensification in the central parts of our city, so we would have to have less reliance on pushing out into agricultural land on the outskirts. So there's a connection to agriculture here. But correct me if I'm wrong, did Agriculture Canada participate in the official plan process when we were discussing the future of these corridors along Baseline and Carling?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information, but I'll look it up and get back to you.
And I'm not suggesting that that means we never discuss this or never look at it, but I think it really has put us in as we're going forward, this kind of feedback on the importance of the farm, on the value of the lands, would have been extremely valuable for council to have through that official plan process. Help me understand too, is it that if there are shadows on this land, there is no research potential, or that the research potential is diminished?
I'll let the expert answer.
Yep. The shadow disturb the controlled environment, and the control environment and the representative of the land is at the stake here. So the real outcome is the ability to do experiment. And so it is not so much a matter of minutes, it's a matter of preserving a controlled environment by which we have been doing studies for years and years and years in the past. And so you're right in scoping this as a matter of disturbance in a way that we could not control and represent, and whatever outcome comes out of the data could not then be representative of a Canadian landscape, for example. So thanks.
Okay. I guess another thing I've been wondering about too is there will be some impact on the lands in the central experimental farm. Agriculture Canada must have other research lands. In fact, I think there's a large one near Hunt Club and Woodruff, and perhaps in other locations. There is, I'm sure, other research happening by universities, academics, private sector. Is there not other land available in Ottawa, for example, in the Greenbelt area?
It's a fair question, and indeed one I've asked myself. And of course, we do have farms in other parts of the country too. The point here is really we're doing agriculture in this specific kind of land, this specific kind of soil. But
yes. And maybe my colleague, Dr. Morrison, can actually add on this. So we do have a network of research across Canada. Canada is big, has many different landscapes, have many different ways of growing things, and we need a representation of Eastern Canada soil, and that is what it is right now at the Central Experimental Farm. And the other notion that is not so much explicit at this point, it takes, and when we say years, decades of accumulative data in order to make inference, so then you can grow a seed and say, hey, Canada, grow this, it works. And that at the timeline of moving away is just like it's throwing away decades of potential work in there. And so as it was said before, the moving away is not an option of, it means to us a direct throwing away some research that we have. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Sure.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all of you for being here. I have to say, I waffled in my decision in the last meeting because I didn't feel I had the real experts to answer questions. So I do appreciate you being here. I know that Councillor Brockington asked a similar question. What height would be acceptable for you in terms of not disturbing shadow impacts in this particular location?
I looked at our land in terms of what is the delay? What plants need? Water, nutrients, and solar radiation. We call this net irradiance. So I calculated the amount of net irradiance for a soybean crop. It takes about 2250 megajoules of irradiance. Now, when you take shade and you divide it by the total number of minutes of shade, then you can get a factor which that irradiance is reduced. I calculated that at about 3,000 minutes of shade, this would reduce the irradiance by about, it pushes the harvest by 4 or 5 days. Now, you might think, well, maturity, pushing it 4 or 5 days doesn't sound such a big deal. But when you're going from the end of September harvest until the middle of October harvest, October is notoriously wet. Pretty soon we're into November harvest, and then our crop is essentially ruined. So this is, I figured about 3,000 minutes of shade would be a factor that we could say it only delays us by about 3 days for soybean. Okay. Now, that is, you wanted a number. I've done, you wanted a number. Sorry.
Close no version, like what, like even a range, like would be great.
Well, I'm a scientist. I don't deal in range. I deal in numbers.
A scientist and a politician walked into your room, right? Into a bar together. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I'm getting the signal to shut up, and normally my wife steps on my toe, but I just got a hand on the knee.
But I think that highlights though the importance of us having conversations with you and with the developer to figure out what that number is. Range. I can say range.
Okay, and once we know what that number is, would that be the same? Would you be requesting the same height restrictions for all of the lands governing the farm, or are your shadow concerns specific to this study in this field? Because again, I share the concern that the city went through this 2.5-year exercise to develop a new official plan, and intensification along Carling is part of that plan. So kind of feels like we're playing catch up here.
And of course, the range would have to be different depending on the angle of the sun, north, south, east, west part of the farm. So yes, sorry, that does mean more changes and a different approach. And maybe just to your earlier point on how annoying it must be for all of you to hear this 2.5 years late. Perhaps it has to do with the criteria, right? If the criteria that exist deem the farm to be an open space, well, it's a different conversation than if it's a farm that needs to be used as a research center. So I think we get stuck back on the definitions.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say is, I mean, I'm acutely concerned about both food security and a lack of housing. But as Councillor Gower said, our food security is seriously at risk if we continue to sprawl into farmlands. We need to intensify in the core. So yeah, I think we need stronger guidelines, and I think we need to know very clearly what heights would be considered acceptable to Ag Canada. And then I think as a city, we have to decide whether that's acceptable to us in terms of our growth needs. This feels very piecemeal I understand that this is a linchpin decision, but there are many developments in the process right now. So developers really need to know now if they need to revise their plans. So this is very concerning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trosser. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. My comments in the last meeting was that I wished you had been here, and so I apologize if it made it sound like you chose not to.
I should say I was getting married last month, so.
Oh, well,
So
congratulations.
that's my excuse. Sorry.
A very good excuse. Congratulations. And my family farms. So I very much appreciate the work that you do. And in that respect, I do have some farm related questions. So I was caught up on the discrepancy between the number of shadow minutes that you had put forward and the staff report. So are you counting impacts during winter that would not occur during the growing season?
We did include the study for 365 days because the sun will go behind the tower from about November until, or it starts now, but October to November, and it cast a shadow right down Carling Avenue. When we initially did this, we weren't really thinking about the greenhouse, but then when we saw the shadow that was cast onto the greenhouse, we became concerned. Obviously, a greenhouse is a glass house. It relies on solar radiation. We can't put lights there because it defeats the purpose of having a greenhouse. So that is why we did it for 365 days a year. Now, the big discrepancies between the Hoban study and our study, there are no discrepancies. The difference is the time period. We did 365 days, and we did from 4 minutes after sunrise, or 1 degree, to 1 degree before sunset. I make this analogy. It's like the movie Titanic. Our study is the whole movie. The Hoban study is 25 pictures. Well, sure, you can sort of get the idea of what happened, but there's no pictures at the end. You don't see Rose on the plank. There's no pictures at the beginning. You don't see this. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. It's all right.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, so that is the big difference. They're both the same. If you took their study and ran it for 365 days from the sunrise to sunset, you would get exactly our study. If you took the fellow was here presenting his study, if you showed that for 365 days from sunrise to sunset, you would get the same study.
Okay. So, and just so I'm understanding correctly, it's the impacts to the greenhouse that have a year-long impact, even in, December, January, February.
No, they don't, because the sun changes in position. And in January, the sun does not cast shade on the greenhouses. It is from mid-October to November, and then again from the end of January until March that we get shade on the greenhouses. But then, of course, as the sun moves forward, we get more shade on the fields. This is why we looked at 365 days of the year.
But also, of course, remember the impact of the sun on the snow has an impact on irrigation levels. So it's important to do it full year round.
Okay.
Inter alia.
Okay. And when did the current study begin? Like the current research that this project?
You mean the research on the field or the shade study?
On the field.
Oh, wow. Were we alive?
1886.
Yeah. Those lands that we're talking about now were part of the original farm that was established in 1886.
Okay.
By an act of Parliament.
Okay. And does that study have an end date, or would it just sort of go on for eternity?
Well, we need to adapt new grains on an ongoing basis for Canada's changing climate. We need to adapt new technologies into how we grow cereals in order to have more productivity and in order to have more sustainability. So it is an ongoing and permanent endeavor to keep those research as adapted, as powerfully innovative for all Canadians. So it is in that nature that what we're doing.
Okay, I understand. And should this application be approved and there be an impact that would be so considerable you couldn't continue, is there other research not tied to yield that you could do on these lands, perhaps in regards to herbicide, pest management, et cetera?
Again, that's hypothetical, and we will need to do the homework about this. Of course, preserving the core functions of what we do in order to grow the cereal is the primary objective here. And again, let's do the full assessment of what that could mean. Yeah, that could be, that needs to be assessed.
Okay, thank you. And I believe there was a mature tree line adjacent to these plots that was removed. I don't know why, but then new trees have been planted since, so they're smaller, but they will grow. And would those not introduce some variability into the test plots?
Yeah, I've asked them to chop those trees down, but they said no. They've been there for about 80 years. The two new trees that were planted about 10 years ago. We lost two big ones in a storm. Now, there's a big difference between a 100-meter tower and a 20-meter tree. The trees are almost transparent at the top because those trees are pointed. Yes, there will be shade cast by those trees. The land directly adjacent is forage land, and it's also when we built the greenhouses, we had to change the parking lot, and they put a parking lot on that field. So there's a big layer of gravel underneath the field. So right now, we're not using that for research. We do use it for forage production, which goes to the museum.
Okay, but in terms of sort of the natural environment being a controlled environment, you would agree that it's not really a controlled environment because there is variability.
Representative environment and controlled environment. And as you know, as you grow in the field, like you need to represent this, and having trees in the borders of fields is a natural landscape that we see across Canada. So again, the point remains the comparability on long terms of what the data has, and not introducing variables that cannot be accounted into the experiment is not is basically the point remains as it is with that. So thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you bringing your expertise here today. Like my colleagues, I do share in the concern about sprawl. The ward that I represent today it used to be full of farm fields, and now it's full of homes. When my partner's family came to Canada, their first farm is now a Sobeys. So, we see that, I see that impact on a daily basis. So that is the concern here. And, we appreciate the research and the work that you do, but we as a committee, I think, have to grapple with those two realities. So thank you.
Hi, thank you very much for being here. I can't help but smile as we're going through this because this job certainly takes you in a lot of twists and turns, and this has been a really unique experience for me. I appreciate the introduction of the idea of the financial repercussions and the consequences financially. And what I'm coming to terms with is also the financial repercussions for limiting heights. Because for the city of Ottawa, I know for many it may look like we're giving permission for developers to get rich or some kind of equivalency there, but truly also development is one of the few ways that the city is able to grow and pay for growth. I'm sitting on many committees right now trying to ensure that infill development, with which this would qualify as, has appropriate development charges for growth-related projects. And we have two major transportation projects that are planned along Baseline and Carling. All of these choices are also one of the few ways that cities can mitigate for climate change, land use planning and transportation, public transportation, mass transportation. So I can't help but think, when I have a a federal government delegation in front of us, which is so unique. Would Agriculture Canada engage with the City of Ottawa through these conversations about a new financial framework for municipalities? Because that's something that we're all working towards. We want to figure out how we can have different mechanisms with our federal partners to fund growth projects that don't rely on development or putting increased pressure on the tax base. We have some ideas. So, you know, it's not actually just a matter of limiting floors. Like, we're talking about larger financial consequences for the City of Ottawa when we enter into that. And so would you consider engaging other federal partners with you on that kind of higher level financial implication for the City of Ottawa?
Actually wouldn't know where to start. We would have to talk. In any case, the lead would be our colleagues down the street at Public Services Procurement Canada, whom you may recall took over our land in order to transfer it to the hospital. So it would have to be a discussion like that with our colleagues down the street.
Just to say that there are representatives, you know, on this committee that are prepared to have these conversations about the financial ability for cities to negotiate for growth. And if we had other mechanisms, then the reduction of floors might not have the same consequences for us. But in this case, we do have to see, you know, the larger equivalencies, and the Planning and Housing Committee has a mandate in front of us to grow. And so I think we do need to introduce this, you know, this level of complexity to the number of floors conversation. I think that's missing the larger picture a little bit. So thanks, Chair.
Thanks. I'll go to Councillor Kavanaugh before round two.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for coming out. I did comment that I felt that it was necessary for you to be here in person, that a letter was not sufficient. We needed to hear from you because you needed to answer questions from us. And we are in a predicament because as my colleagues have pointed out, we need that intensification. It's what your federal government wants us to do as well. And we don't want to pave over agriculture land. And so this is problematic. I'm wanting to know how long it would take. I mean, we've talked about how many floors it would be, and I don't expect you to have the number like that, but it won't take long because you obviously have the expertise. Is it possible just within, you know, like a few months to come up with this? Because a lot depends on it. Talk about time and money. It's about planning for an entire area, not just on this development, but in the future. Is it possible to have, for example, a team? There was talks about a peer review, but having, you know, specialists that are brought in to talk to our planners and do it rather quickly, and the developers, in this case, a specific site. But we have to move fast, because these applications are coming in, and it's exactly what we want. And I just want to know the time periods and how long it would take. So are you willing to participate at a relatively, I'll say, rapid pace?
From a federal government perspective, emergencies are us. We can, of course, do things quickly when necessary. And actually, we have all the numbers. I mean, we know what sort of range of sunlight we need, radiation we were talking about earlier. We need to talk to architects who know what that translates into heights.
Okay, so this
I
is
mean,
what,
I think it would be best to speak directly to those involved, right? We're not going to go out and hire our own architects. It would be best to do it with the city and with the developers.
okay, just want to make sure on your side, you're
Sure.
willing to work very quickly.
Sure. What are you guys doing tomorrow?
It's a huge loss for those that have planned for much bigger. Obviously, you know, lots depends on it. It's difficult to switch horses. I'm very concerned about that, especially when we have the official plan. And I'm sorry you weren't at the table for the official plan. It was quite the meeting. I think your input would have been fantastic. So we're working backwards. We have to have that balance. And I know you'll understand, because you want to make sure that we don't have sprawl and that we develop where people should be living. So thank you. I appreciate that.
On the sprawl, of course, the irony is some of the research that we do on the farm is to increase yield in a smaller space. So we can do this, then we can avoid the sprawl. Anyway, you get it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Devine, Councillor, can I go to Councillor Carr first for her first rounds of questions?
Hi, thank you very much. And I apologize, I had to leave briefly, so I may have missed somebody asking this question. I wanted to thank the delegates from agriculture coming out. I was a longtime public servant and left as an executive. I just have a quick question, and I'm sorry if somebody's asked this already. You're coming here in your positions as Directors General at AFSC, if I understand that correctly?
So you have the Deputy Minister, Director Generals, esteemed scientists. You have an array.
Okay, excellent. And I'm just wondering if the minister is supportive of your position, if if you've had the minister's support for this. I'm just wondering in the case of the housing crisis that we find ourselves in, and the federal government's interest in housing, if there's been any discussion with the deputy minister has engaged in with the minister on the federal government position overall, or if this is simply a departmental position. I think that would be useful to know.
Well, I can't comment on the politics of it, but the minister and his team are aware that we are here this morning, and the work of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada is of prime importance, of course, to him. So to make sure we have the tools necessary would be part of that.
Okay, excellent. So the minister, the deputy minister obviously has informed the minister, but there's been no statement by the minister whatsoever or confirmation on the federal government position?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Devine?
Thank you, Chair. Really glad we're having this conversation today. Dr. Morrison, I really appreciated the analogy you gave about looking at when you almost struck your colleague about the difference between an analysis based on a snapshot in time and an analysis based on a years-long study. And it made me think of the time that I almost, when moving here, almost bought a house off MLS, having just looked at the photos on the website. And then I walked in and saw it for real and experienced the full thing and realized that I almost made a huge mistake. And I also very much appreciate my colleague, Councillor Johnson's initiative to talk about some of the bigger questions we're looking at here when it comes to our role with the federal government. But of course, you're not Treasury Board, and I appreciate that you can't answer those questions. But I really do look forward to having a very specific conversation with you as a means of just carrying this ball forward and talking about what could be pragmatic, if not crazy, solutions to this problem, because we are forced to rush towards some decisions here. And I know that both your side and our side move at a glacial pace, but I'd love to meet with you soon to talk to you about some things. And I just wanted to go back to, so Councillor Gower was referencing earlier, and it's been alluded that it's unfortunate that you weren't part of the conversation earlier when we were developing the official plan. And we had, at the last meeting, as I mentioned earlier, bemoaned the fact that you weren't present. And we bemoaned that fact almost as a criticism. Well, they're not here. They don't care. And we learned after the fact that it was because we didn't formally invite them to the process, to a certain extent. But it's not as if we sent them an invitation. They said, I'm not coming. I got better things to do. And with regards to the process for inviting stakeholders into the discussions on the OP, I understand from staff that we did not formally invite Ag Canada to that consultation. We formally invited the NCC because based on, well, this is just what hello, staff, question for staff.
Sorry, I'm cognizant we've got a number of fairly busy professionals in front of us here.
Only because I don't, just as we reserved some level of judgment in August over their lack of presence at this table, I don't want the same thing to happen again in why weren't they there during the OP if we did not formally invite them to that consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And I will just say, I mean, obviously the question in front of Planning Committee is always to answer that central question. Does the application before us adhere to the policies and guidelines that guide development applications in Ontario? That is the task that is handed to us under the Planning Act, and that is the task to which we will be focused today. Councillor Brockington?
Thanks, Chair. I do have a question, a follow-up question. But first, I'll just say if committee members have any doubt of the love and respect and significant value that Ottawans and Canadians place on these lands, you're poking a sleeping dragon in the eye right now. Because as someone who's been on council for third term now, and there have been attempts to take land in the past, and hospital is a good example of something that is truly in the public interest to build, but on these lands, and the opposition to that, we haven't seen anything yet. If we're talking about the significant devaluing of what we're, as Canadians, achieving at these lands by future developments around it. My question, though, is to your point about we need to find a middle ground. This committee is going to make a decision today. So my question is trying to get us to that decision. And I'm going to press you for an answer on optimal heights at this location, because you have done research. You have done research on what impacts there will be by a lack of sunlight and delay to the final yield of what you're growing at that site. You must know and recommend before us today what an optimal height could be for towers at this specific location. The secondary discussion is heights, because depending on where the geographic location of future developments are and the shadowing at those sites, that's different. But we have to make a decision on the application today on 1081 Carling. So in your professional opinion, to mitigate as best as possible shadowing on agricultural research lands, what is the optimal height for towers at this location?
So I'm told we could give you our best guess, but again, I need to reinforce, we are not architects, we are not landscape planners in that respect. Basis of the information that we have, obviously, ideally, you don't go any higher than what's there now, but we have a little more.
I mean, at this point, again, the point remains, any shadows is a disturbance any shadows is a disturbance. So it's a point not only of optimal here, it could be understood in different ways. I would like to coin this as a livable or minimal impact, more as an optimal height, right? And in order to do that, we are ready to move fast on assessing this with the city. So we need to look at those numbers together, so then we can arrive at what could be a minimal impact. We are tooled to do that, Councillor Brockington, and very engaged and ready to discuss with you.
And I appreciate that perspective. My concern, sir, is this committee voted 8-2 last month to proceed. They may be in a position to proceed today to approve this development. And I would like this committee to have a potential counter option. And I'm not going to pick a number out of the air. I'm asking you, you are the deemed experts. If you're not prepared to commit to a optimal height today, then I will respect that if that is your answer. But I hope you understand where I'm coming from. The committee, if they are going to be providing a decision today, I think that would be good information to share at this point.
So we'll have Dr. Morrison giving you a range of possibility. Thank you.
Yeah, this is going a little bit counter to what I'd be used to, because I would like to go back and look at the data and pore over it. But I have at Councillor Leeper's instructions or questions, I did prepare 3 different scenarios. And I would say that your range would be between 12 and 14 stories maximum.
We appreciate, we understand you haven't had time to fully calculate that, and a range is appreciated today. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockton. Councillor Kitts?
Sorry, I have one more question. Do you know the total area impacted by the tower versus the total area of the study?
Sure. I calculated it's about 36 hectares. Currently, with the current proposal, that's about 13 out of 36 hectares will be impacted. Now, this land goes from Parkdale to about the Neatby building, and then south 600 meters to the driveway. So that's 36 hectares. So 13 out of 36 will be impacted. If you reduce it to 9 stories, I figure it's about 9 out of 36 hectares are significantly impacted.
Okay, and would you be able to proceed with the study on the unimpacted lands? Because you're saying it's not all impacted. Some of the study area is impacted, some of it is not. So would you still be able to get data from the lands that are not impacted?
I believe your question is where there is no shade, can we continue to do studies?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Where there is no shade.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just wondering if I can ask you a quick question.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, thanks, in light of my earlier question where I had asked about, and I heard very clearly from the delegations that they couldn't comment on anything from the political level, from a federal government perspective. It strikes me that that this is the municipal political level, and I'm wondering, Chair, if you've had any discussions as the chair for this committee with the political level at the federal government on this, or we're simply because I'm hearing from colleagues around the table, municipal politicians who are wanting to work with the civil servants in the federal public sector. I'm wondering if you've had discussions political to political level.
I have not spoken to the minister. I've spoken to our member of parliament. Our staff have had discussions with Agriculture Canada staff. My assumption is that the discussion, if it were to occur between either politicians at the City of Ottawa or bureaucrats at the City of Ottawa and the minister's staff, would be relatively easy and forthcoming and can be pulled together fairly quickly. But no, I have not called the minister with respect to this one.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Thanks. I could probably run down my shadow analysis with precise number of minutes ad nauseum, but I'm not going to. I just want to say thank you very much for coming out today. I don't see any further questions for you. Are members comfortable that they have the answers from ACAN staff? No further hands up. Thank you for being here today. I know you're very busy, and thank you for the work that you're doing. We have 6 more public delegations. My proposal to members is that we will hear the remaining delegations, vote on this matter after questions to staff, and then take a brief lunch, if that works for everyone. Fantastic. So in that case, Mr. David Fleming with Heritage Ottawa, who has a video for us. I'm assuming the video is not the full movie Titanic. David, whenever you're ready, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heritage Ottawa is pleased to have an opportunity to comment on the staff recommendation for a zoning bylaw amendment for 1081 Carling Avenue. Our interest is not so much in the property itself, but its proximity to the Central Experimental Farm, Canada's key agricultural research facility, and a National Historic Site of Canada. Heritage Ottawa's first battle to save the farm began in 1995, when we established a coalition of 6 organizations that successfully prevented the demolition of the Booth Barn, leading to its designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. In 1998, we supported a successful City of Ottawa request to have the farm designated as a National Historic Site. A 2014 federal government proposal to gift 60 acres of prime research land, the same fields that would be adversely affected by this proposal, led to our active participation in the coalition to protect the experimental farm. And today, the farm's important research capacity is threatened yet again by the Target Realty Management proposal. Heritage Ottawa therefore recommends the following, supported by more detailed presentations by many other speakers at this meeting. Number 1, this development in its current iteration not be recommended for approval. 2, the city engage in meaningful negotiations with AAFC concerning development proposals in proximity to the farm. 3, the city develop a mechanism, either through the development of the new zoning bylaw or an amendment to the official plan, to provide clarity on any development in proximity to the farm in line with the city's climate change management plan. 4, any subsequent proposal for this site be based upon an impact assessment that provides for an informed understanding of any potential impacts to the farm. And 5, the terms of reference for the creation of cultural heritage impact assessments for future similar cases be revised to reflect these recommendations. I would now like to devote the rest of my time to showing a video that Heritage Ottawa produced last fall, highlighting the importance of the Central Experimental Farm and its research activities to the people of Ottawa and the people of Canada.
Central Experimental Farm is significant for its historic and ongoing work in agricultural research, which contributes to Canada's sustainability in a world confronted by the threat of climate change. Furthermore, the farm is a unique cultural landscape in Canada's national capital. For these reasons and more, the farm was declared a National Historic Site of Canada. Founded in 1886, its purpose was to establish agriculture as a significant driver of the Canadian economy, helping farmers who were beginning to settle the country adapt to our northerly growing conditions. The farm has made Canada one of the great powerhouses in world agriculture, with science there focused on producing healthy and safe food for Canadians. Scientists have studied the impact of climate change on agriculture here for over 40 years, and this research has contributed to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Scientific research here is now focused on cereal and oilseed crops and the environment, but in the past it has also included husbandry, silviculture, and even horticulture to make lives more pleasant in a harsh climate. In support of its work, a complex of structures include barns, research laboratories and greenhouses, houses, testing laboratories, and administration buildings. In later years, an astronomical observatory was added to the site. As Canada grew, the farm came to be treasured for its contributions nationally and to the urban fabric. Scenic driveways and pathways now accommodate pedestrians and cyclists. Studies have shown that the farm provides a key healthy environment that will only grow in importance as time goes on. But the future of the 500-hectare farm is not assured. Once well outside the city, it is now threatened by encroachment due to urban intensification and a lack of understanding of the value of the farm. Most recently, a 25-hectare site was carved off for a new hospital. And once these sites are taken, they cannot be replaced. The research is threatened and the heritage is lost. Despite these pressures, the farm continues its agricultural research and embraces its role in the fabric of society. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, the federal ministry which operates the farm, has, in partnership with Indigenous peoples, created an Indigenous Resource Centre on site, as the farm is on the traditional, unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. The farm is adjacent to the Rideau Canal World Heritage Site, and UNESCO has expressed concern for inappropriate development near the canal. Going forward, we will have to be vigilant if we are to conserve this unique and treasured place. Further development must be kept off the farm, and both scientists and the public need to find a way to work together toward the common goal of improved living conditions for Canadians. Legislative protection for the farm is long overdue. Heritage Ottawa and others continue to advocate for protection of the farm.
Thank you for your attention.
David, thank you very much. I don't see any questions from, make sure I'm on the right page. I don't see any questions from members. Thank you very much for the presentation today, which will bring us, I believe, to Ms. Maitland, Leslie. And Leslie, you know the drill. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for hearing me today. And just as a little background information, I'm a cultural heritage professional myself. And based upon my years of research, I would like to outline for you, address the question, do the cultural heritage impact statement and the staff report provide sufficient information for you to make an informed decision? They do not. The impact statement analyzes the impacts based upon the commemorative integrity statement as composed by the federal government, which states that the heritage value for the farm is both historic and ongoing. Use is not used very frequently in the reasons for designation, but there are some outstanding examples. The most obvious one here in Ottawa is the Rideau Canal, where the function of the canal as an active transportation corridor is a significant aspect of its national historic significance. The impact statement says that the shadows cast by the excessive height of the proposed towers will have no impact on the character defining elements, but the shadow study provided by Ag Canada states that the impact to the research fields will render significant portions of the fields unusable. In what universe would open cultivated fields of variable sizes, colors, textures, and seasonal variations survive if the fields themselves cease to be usable for research purposes? That's just common sense. Furthermore, the CIS states that the farm will be unimpaired and not under threat when a sufficiently large area to carry out and support the scientific research function is maintained. The impact statement contends that there will be no impacts, whereas the staff report agrees that there will be some impacts. And we really don't know how they arrived at those conclusions because there's no discussion of the nature and degree of impacts in either of those documents. The shadow study done by Ag Canada maintains that the impacts will be, in their words, astounding and devastating. Ag Canada notes the most devastating effect resulting from the shade from the proposed apartments is the increased variability in sunlight. And I think I won't go over this because I believe that the Ag Canada delegation addressed this very thoroughly. But I really must point out that the impact statement says it is not within the scope impact statement or the author's experience to comment on Ag Canada's in-depth analysis and the role of the farm as a scientific institution. This is the author of the impact statement telling you that you are not receiving the information that you need to make an informed study for whatever reason. And I think we've heard enough today also about some of the conflicting advice in the official plan, so I won't repeat all of that. I would like to point out, though, that, and we've heard enough that says classifying the farm as open space is not accurate and does not result in useful decisions about the farm. But the open statement space does note the exceptional qualities of the farm. It says, quote, "The central experimental farm remains for scientific, educational, and cultural purposes." So in what way is the guidance of the OP being respected if the development is allowed to go forward, which compromises this scientific endeavor? So that in a nutshell is my statement on how use, which is half of the value of the farm, is not being addressed. It's not a museum piece. You can't pick it up and put it in a display cabinet. It's a working research institution. Heritage Ottawa recognizes the need for more housing, but we are also in the midst of a climate emergency with food security as a major issue. And interestingly enough, I had a conversation with the Minister of the Environment 2 days after she got back from Paris, and she said, yeah, this is a climate change issue. So please do not make a decision based upon an inadequate impact assessment, a flawed staff report, and a flawed policy framework. This isn't how you build a city, and it isn't how you build a nation. So I count on you good folks taking the high road here. Any questions for me?
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone with their hand up online or in the room. Thank you very much for your presentation today. John Zvoner, I apologize if I've... Oh, thanks. John, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee today.
Thank you. Good
Welcome.
morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm here as a landscape architect with over 30 years of experience in studying and providing recommendations on the management of cultural landscapes of national significance here across the country and beyond. When the experimental farm was designated as nationally significant in 1997, I served on the working group convened by Parks Canada to discuss and articulate the farm's character-defining elements per its 5 reasons for designation. Since that time, a pan-Canadian approach to heritage conservation, known as the Standards and Guidelines for the Conservation of Historic Places, was developed. I played a part in developing the section on cultural landscapes. Today, I draw attention to the fact that the CHIS notes that the Standards and Guidelines are among the documents considered in the preparation of the report. Curiously, this is the last time that they are mentioned. It's not clear to me as to how they were considered in the report's preparation. For example, there are several subsections that could have or should have applied here. Excerpts are included for their relevance to the proposed development as follows. For example, evidence of land use refers specifically to the features that express or support a past or continuing land use, that is, the human use of the environment, such as fields, pastures, and settlements. It is important to carefully assess the viability of proposed changes to avoid those that might gradually erode the historic value of the heritage value of the historic place. Evidence of traditional practices are based on the close observation and understanding of a local landscape and include the beliefs, wisdom, activities, traditions, and skills derived from close observations of the land. And land pattern refers to the overall arrangement and interrelationship of the larger scale aspects of a cultural landscape, whether natural or human-made, including farm fields, pastures, and refer to the mutual influences and interactions between nature and humans. There are also guidelines on visual relationships and vegetation. But perhaps most importantly here, it's worth noting that the Standards and Guidelines also comment on the matter of setting, and I'll quote, "The setting often contributes to the significance of a cultural landscape and may help explain its origins and subsequent development and evolution. In a cultural landscape, the setting often corresponds to the visible boundaries, whether natural or human-made, that encompass the site. In most cases, the setting goes beyond the boundaries of the historic place, and understandably, interventions within the broader setting, such as the addition of a high-rise building in the sightline of a heritage district, can affect its heritage value." A good strategy for the preservation of the setting of an historic place is to ensure that adjacent property owners are aware of its heritage value and how interventions on their property can affect that value. Curiously, it is noted in the impact statement that the quote CIS and SOS statement of significance also recognize that development outside the boundaries of the farm is not necessarily a threat to the heritage values or integrity of the farm as historic place, unquote. It is not clear that this was or is the purpose of the said CIS or SOS. It is worth noting, however, that 25 years ago, the team tasked with the challenge of developing the CIS was, per the policy, confined to focus on that which was found within the boundaries of the historic place, or that is the boundaries of the farm. As someone who was in the room, I can attest that there was in fact much discussion about setting. Writ large, these guidelines should have been used to better understand and care for the broader context of the proposed intervention at 1081 Carling Avenue, whether designated of historical importance or not. The author could have pursued these or developed them further, but did not. In making that choice, the strength and validity of the CHIS is reduced. Finally, I'm not sure as to why the staff report does not acknowledge this gap in the impact statement. This was a lost opportunity to elevate this discussion with an elaboration of the cultural landscape guidelines and especially the importance of setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just making a quick note. Councillor Kavanaugh, and could I ask Councillor Brockington to come take this chair for a few minutes?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, John, for coming out today. I feel like we're looking in the rear view mirror and we're looking at things that could have, should have. At this point, what do you see the best road forward is in terms of settling this and creating a better situation and in terms of the designation that was given to the farm?
Well, I think what we've heard this morning that from here on in, a robust discussion with the federal partner of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada about the experimental farm and potential development along its periphery in years to come. I think that discussion has been, I believe, committed to and should continue to happen.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your delegation this morning. Thank you, sir. Okay, our next delegation is from Paul Johannes, Green Space Alliance, and I believe this is a virtual presentation. So we'll get Paul queued up. I see Paul, you're on the screen. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm here today representing the Green Space Alliance of Canada's capital, and we're a member as well of the coalition to protect the farm. Next slide, please. We've heard a lot this morning about the official plan, and where's the CEF in the official plan? Well, it is in the official plan. It hasn't been completely excluded. There's a statement of policy in the official plan that says the Central Experimental Farm west of the new Civic Hospital site remains for scientific, educational, and cultural purposes only and is not intended for non-Central Experimental Farm development. So there's an aim here in the official plan for the CEF to persist in its scientific, educational, and cultural mission at least until 2046. It's a policy in the official plan. It seems to be a pretty clear statement. Next slide, please. So what the staff report says is that notwithstanding heritage planning acknowledges that broader development around the CEF based on the existing policy framework may have cumulative impacts on the CEF's defined cultural heritage value. So there's an acknowledgement here that the ongoing function of the farm may be affected by cumulative effects of these applications for development around the farm. And also acknowledges that ongoing discussions are required. But the existing policy framework then, it's in conflict with the aims of the official plan, which is to maintain the status quo for the CEF. So approval of this application under the existing policy framework is not consistent with the OP. It will not remain going forward untouched if this application is approved. Next slide, please. So what is the policy framework here? Like, what is the existing policy framework that's causing this issue? Really, it comes down to the terms of reference for shadow analysis. It's just underlined here. And the other piece is the classification of the farm in the official plan, because both of these are used in the application of the terms of reference for shadow analysis. Next slide, please. So first up, the open space question. So the open spaces provide many of the benefits associated with the green space, but are not intended primarily for recreational natural heritage protection purposes and are not suitable for dedication as parks. So this is language that's taken over again in describing the farm. I just want to point out that policy A here. So the city shall seek to secure public access to and enjoyment of open space lands. So this makes clear that there are open spaces that are not public, that don't have public access. And the city might try to gain access, but there's publicly accessible open spaces, but there's other open spaces that are not public lands. And we see here at the bottom, that's where the home of the policy that I referred to in the official plan about the central experimental farm. Next slide, please. So now how were the terms of reference for shading studies applied? This is a quote from the report. The criterion identified in the city's terms of reference for shadow analysis for public spaces is that no new net shadow must blah, blah, blah. So it really was the public spaces part of the terms of reference that was used to determine, it was the criteria associated with that determined that there were no that didn't exceed the criteria identified in the terms of reference, so that there were no adverse impacts. Next slide, please. So what are these terms of reference for shadow studies? We can see here that there's various classifications. There's public spaces, there's communal amenities areas, there's main street corridors and minor corridors, there's ground level residential private outdoor amenity space. Each of those is described, and there's criteria that vary, that are created, that are relevant for each of the public uses made of all of these. Because what they all have in common is that they're all places where people congregate. These are all public spaces. Move to the next slide, please. So are the farm research fields public spaces? So all the development scenarios in the terms of reference deal with shading of outdoor places where people congregate. So the criteria in each category are relevant for the public use of those places. Now, none of the development scenarios in the terms of reference cover the current development scenario, where shading affects fields that are explicitly used for agricultural research. They're a workplace, not intended for public access or use. So the criteria for public spaces have been used, but the research fields are not public open spaces. They are open space restricted for agricultural research use. And this is the deficiency in the existing policy framework that leads us to the conclusion that there are no adverse effects, and that therefore we can just proceed with this application as is. Next slide, please.
Paul, I'm going to need. Oh.
Yeah, this is it. So just reiterating, the existing policy framework is in conflict with the aims of the OP, which is to maintain the status quo for the CEF. Approval of this application under the existing policy framework is not consistent with the OP, and the decision on this application should be held until a new policy framework, specifically a new category in the terms of reference for shading studies, is created that is consistent with the OP. So consistent with preserving the ongoing function of the farm for research. Thank you.
Paul, thank you very much. I think certainly you've raised a number of questions that we're going to want to pose to staff, and that I will if no one else does. I don't see any questions from members, so thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
JP Unger is up next. Is JP online? We'll bring him into the room.
Hello. Yes.
Good afternoon, JP. You've got welcome, and you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Yes, thank you. Hi. Well, sorry, let me just set up this here. Thanks. Well, first of all, good morning. At the last meeting dealing with this zoning change application, I raised a number of carefully researched important points. However, I still see no consideration of the fact that municipal norms must not overtake and derail programs legislated at the federal level, even though there are even Supreme Court cases confirming that. I will focus now on three things about this application that also apply to other items that come up. I'll start with the process. I would be fired from my job if I were to send recommendations to the minister or deputy minister without, for example, showing sign-off by the finance and legal branches and explaining any potential legal concerns and other impacts there could be. Here, we often see things approved with broad and explained and frankly unbelievable statements like there are no legal concerns, no financial risks, no environmental impacts, and they get approved without questioning. At a previous meeting, we heard staff telling you they were not qualified to comment on the shadowing impacts on our nationally important federally mandated food security research, and yet it was approved. We hear often that the province is to blame because of new requirements for reduced approval timelines. We have not seen any legal effort by the city to push back on this, even though there are overarching foundational legal principles of due diligence and duty of care. When we talk about developments expected to permanently impact food security research, communities, and people's lives, there is an obligation by all levels of government to allow for duty of care and due diligence. Again, I have seen no effort ever from the city, no injunction or any other legal action to ensure it takes the time needed for its legally required duty of care and due diligence. By the way, on Councillor Gower's earlier remarks, it was actually the city's due diligence obligation to approach federal stakeholders like Agriculture Canada to notify a new official plan is being developed and how it could impact them. One should not imply Agriculture Canada is to blame for the city's failure to look carefully into how its internal process may impact federal programs. Another provincial bogeyman, often invoked to approve bad things, is the notion that provincial levels would overturn a decision if the city were to do the right thing, so bad things have to be approved anyway. I even heard that hands are tied by the official plan provisions and the possibility of land tribunal decisions and ministerial orders. First, the official plan gets amended all the time by this committee and the city, so it's not a movable dogma written in stone. Second, the notion that another level of government might overturn a good decision is no excuse for you to make bad decisions. It's on them if they favor a bad proposal. Again, you have a duty of care, a legal obligation. And also, let me be clear, you have the legal authority to reject negatively impacting applications. The city is the land use authority. This is established by the very foundational laws that created the province and the municipality. That authority precedes and has legal supremacy over ministerial orders and kangaroo court decisions. The problem is that the city has made no effort whatsoever to assert that authority, legally challenge it, and take it to the Supreme Court if needed. In my 25 plus years of involvement with the city, I have not seen such an effort, not even once. I heard the chair reference before the cost of lawyers. Frankly, the city needs to fight only one case well, all the way up, and it should also be claiming costs from developers who challenge its due diligence, duty of care, and legally mandated authority. Now, the developer bought parcels with a given zoning. There is no obligation from the city to change zonings just to suit the buyer's desire to increase profit margins. If I'm not mistaken, this is the same developer that covertly destroyed 70 hectares of Tijuana forest. You should not be rewarding such a developer by ignoring impacts on federally mandated food security research. Taggart deserves a decision. It does not deserve a multi-million profit increase reward. By the way, how is that farm operation in Tuwing going? Anyway, last point, and please let me be crystal clear on this. Saying that these particular towers need to be approved because of a housing crisis is a false argument. There are literally thousands of sites across the city that could have high rises without such detrimental impact on nationally important research. Also, I see new subdivisions going up in Orleans and elsewhere with not even one mid-rise building in them. So please don't tell us that applications are approved with maximum intensification as a top priority. It's simply not true. So please stop repeating housing crisis whenever it's convenient to justify something that is wrong. So please do the right thing and reject these developers' rezoning application. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Probably the only time I'll have to remind folks in this term of council, we neither boo nor applaud. JP, I don't see any questions from members for you. Nope. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you all. Bye.
And we have a final public delegation, I believe, from Terry McIntyre.
Thank you very much, by the way, for your time and your generosity in freeing up the opportunity for me to speak this morning. By way of background, I haven't done one of these presentations in a while, but by terms of standing, I have 50 years experience as an environmental planner. I've worked around the world, 44 different projects of note. And my purpose of being here this morning, if you can please go ahead, Kelly, and I'll wave to you and move on, is to speak to some substantive environmental concerns that I've noticed with this project writ large. Well, why am I doing this? Because in my retirement capacity as a civil scientist, I feel obligated to keep my councilors informed, Sean and Riley. So on that basis, I'm going to parse out for you the areas of substantive environmental science concern that I see that exists within this project writ large, with specific reference at the end towards the experimental farm. I'll just wave to you, Kelly, and you can, okay. That's a lot of text on there. And what that text refers to is the assessment criteria against which the proponent is going to use for determining the overall environmental attractiveness of this particular project. Okay, can you go to the next one, Kelly? I'll just wave. The next one is the absence of determinants for providing you with informed decision for how those decisions related to optimal density and optimal placement of those buildings that exist at the site. And reality of the situation is there is no scientific criteria provided either by the proponent or the city to be able to tell you how the decision was arrived at against which these decisions were made for siting, density, and height. You need to know that because I can tell you right now, there's at least 9 algorithms against which you can use. If you wanted, I could send them to you, which you could use as a basis of determining height and density, which apparently they don't exist. So in somebody's envelope off the corner of somebody's desk, these decisions were arrived at. I'd want to know that, Kelly. Long-standing guru of mine, Lord Kelvin said, and this should be foremost in your mind, if you don't know what measuring, you can't manage it. If you cannot measure what you're managing, you cannot improve it. And overall, if you cannot measure, you cannot optimize. Keep going, guys. Okay, concerns associated with the site. An awful lot of organic waste material is going to be generated, much of which I assume is going to the Trail Road landfill, and they get over 1,000 tons a day. So it would be nice to know what spike, additional spike, the generation of waste from this facility will apply to the site. It gets worse now when you look at construction waste because you don't know what percentage is going to be recycled, where it's going, and how it's being disposed of, or whether it's being incinerated back at the site. Keep going, Kelly. This is my main concern. I'll go back one. The main concern is that these facilities are notorious in terms of how poor of a job they do, either recycling or managing the waste they generate from the site. Next one, Kelly. Keep going. Biosolids. We know right now that the Lincoln Fields facility is overextended. So how will this additional pulse, if you will, of biosolids on this site be accommodated by the Lincoln Fields facility? And to what extent are they in step with each other in terms of building or expanding operations at Lincoln Fields to accommodate this type of waste? I see no evidence the study refers to bird-friendly design guidelines and what extent this building will be structured so as to minimize any impacts on our feathered friends. Keep going. The same goes to the City of Ottawa wildlife construction protocols. Have they acknowledged? Are they being incorporated into the text? This is a very important consideration. We've looked at shadow, but you haven't looked at microclimate effects on 1080 Carling on the farm in general and the overall environment in particular. And they're suggesting right now 3 areas need to be evaluated. I can't read my own text, but buildings over 12 feet should by rote be subject to this type of analysis. Really interesting. I talked to Dr. Anderson afterwards. What didn't come out in his equation was the absorptive capacity of the experimental farm for that recent storm, over 30 millimeters of rain that fell, and how beneficial it was to local community loss at flooding. Keep going. The shadow effects, avoid have seen that. Yep. Need to look at noise, light, and sound effects on the from the buildings on the adjacent environment, including the experimental farm. We need to start looking at, as a city and as a proponent, carbon emissions, both from the facility and the absorptive capacity of the buildings to offset the greenhouse gas productions. There's two. Let's keep going. Keep going. Emergency preparedness, contingency planning. Our current fire trucks can only reach 100 feet. We need to know what positions are in place to accelerate or enhance or improve the evacuation from these types of facilities and fire suppression. Keep going. Indoor air quality is going to be huge, related to the quality, temperature, and ability to offset any untoward contaminants in the air from the construction and day-to-day operation of facilities.
You are out of time if you have a concluding thought. You are out of time if you have a final concluding thought.
Okay, a couple of things. With the greatest of respect and 50 years of experience, I see a number of environmental science data gaps that exist in this proposal as it's currently structured, which I feel the need for. You've talked about peer reviews. I think you need to look at these peer reviews in the context of what additional science do you need to make more informed decisions on this project? Because I submit to you, it's not there right now for a more fulsome decision. Thank you for the time.
Mr. McIntyre, thank you. I'm just going to change screens. Do members have any questions for Terry? I see none. Thank you very much for your presentation. So members, that does bring us to the end of the public delegations today. The opportunity is now to speak to and ask questions of staff. I know Councillor Brockington, with the committee's indulgence, just has a direction that he would like to ask staff to take that I think would be good to have on the table now.
Thanks, Chair. In addition to the direction, I do have a motion that I think should put on the floor as well. Do you want both?
Is the committee okay if we get that on there now?
Yep, just to inform before we all start debating. Okay, so the first is a direction. The direction, Chair, with your assistance, been worked on with staff. I do believe staff support this, and we heard today from AgCan they're supportive of as well. So the wording of the direction is that staff be directed to work in consultation with Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada and the National Capital Commission to develop the terms of reference for a plan to assess and mitigate potential impacts of future development as permitted by the official plan policy framework surrounding the central experimental farm on the scientific and heritage values associated with the farm as a National Historic Site of Canada and research institution, and report back on timing, financial and resource requirements and impact on the overall department work plan no later than Q2 2024. That's direction. This is meant to be sort of middle term focus, and the timing is due to all the other work that planning has, but I believe all parties are in agreement with that direction. And my motion, if I can, I think our committee coordinator has, that's not the revised copy. You don't have it? Okay, why don't we put the original up and I'll just make it known what the change is. So the motion is, whereas the report seeks an amendment to the zoning bylaw for 1081 Carling Avenue to permit 2 high-rise residential apartment buildings of 16 and 27 stories respectively, whereas a reduction in the height of both buildings to a maximum of 14 stories would reduce shadowing on the experimental farm, and here's what I've added, which officials from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada warned the current proposal would cause, quote, significant, costly, and permanent damage, end of quote, to agricultural research. Continuing, therefore be it resolved that document 3, schedule YYY, be amended to 1, reduce the maximum permitted building height of area C from 16 stories to 14, and 2, reduce the maximum permitted building height of area E from 27 stories to 14 stories, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just knowing that this file is likely to go one way or the other to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and in the interest of procedural fairness, I would like to ensure that the applicants have an opportunity to address once they've given some consideration to your motion. So I would be pleased to entertain questions of the applicants, which I would suggest that members may want to pose as a good idea. So I'm going to go on to the speakers list, which will begin first. Sorry, just to make sure, are staff good with the, will you accept the direction that Councillor Brockington proposed?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the direction is acceptable.
Okay, so that process will get underway. And I think we all agree that that is important to do. So the first person on the speakers list is Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is to Tim Mark. It will be a very similar question to last time. As you look at this, if this committee did reject it today, last time I believe you had mentioned they can go to the tribunal. Can you confirm they still can go to the tribunal, and what's the possible success rate? I know there's not always certainty, but certainly I believe last time you're pretty sure that it would be successful at the tribunal.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the appellant, or indeed the applicant, of course, will have appeal rights to the tribunal. The appellant, if a bylaw, or not the appellant, I shouldn't put it that way. Agriculture Canada would have the possibility of appealing it to the tribunal if they do not support council's decision, as would the applicant if they do not support council's decision. As I believe I said at the last committee meeting, the position advanced by Agriculture Canada is a novel position. I did not find anything in the case law that would support it. I note, on the other hand, their position relies on sunlight. And the prescriptive right to sunlight was abolished in the province of Ontario on March the 5th, 1880. And that was 6 years before the Central Experimental Farm was established by legislation. So a case based on the right to sunlight is, in my opinion, a very difficult case to make in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, and thank you very much for reiterating that. I'm glad to hear not much has really changed in that period of time. I also I'm looking at how we've come up with this motion that's in front of us about picking story heights. I won't be supporting that because I didn't even hear a real definitive answer from the speakers. That being said, I think the base motion, nothing has really changed. We still have a homeless crisis. It's still very important. And if the people that came out today that are director generals and filling all these spots, we asked them several times, is the minister supportive of this? It runs contrary to what the federal government's position is on housing. It's going to create a logjam. If between now and council, they feel that strongly that the minister wants to do something more to protect it, they have that opportunity of 2 weeks. Nothing has changed. I'm glad they did come out today, though. But Mr. Chair, thank you for chairing a great meeting. I'll be supporting the original motion, voting against us, willy-nilly picking heights of buildings. And that's my position today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. Vice Chair Gower.
Thank you, Chair. I also have a question for Mr. Mark, and it is about the discussion earlier today about potential compensation. I'm not totally sure who the applicant was directing that towards, who would be liable for compensation, but do you have any comments on if there would be any compensation owing or any precedent for that?
I do, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would note again the comment that I gave in response to Councillor Tierney's question, which is there has been no prescriptive right to sunlight in Ontario since March 5th, 1880. Then the other general principle that I would cite is that in Ontario, compensation does not follow, the standard is compensation does not follow zoning decisions up or down. So as it's zoning that removes rights, there is not a payment by the municipality, and subject to the old 37, there was no payment to municipalities if zoning increased. So it would be a difficult case, in my opinion, for Agriculture Canada to make.
And if I understand it correctly, the idea was if we approve this application, we're potentially impacting 13 hectares of land that cannot be used for research purposes, which would have a direct financial impact on the government of Canada. So you're saying that we would not owe them any compensation if we make that decision today?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. It would be, in my opinion, a very difficult case for Agriculture Canada to make.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Troster.
Thank you. I think Councillor Gower asked the majority of my question, but I guess my concern is that no matter what we do, we're going to end up in some sort of legal challenge, right? I mean, the community association, I assume, would be interested in taking this to land tribunal if we pass it. Agriculture Canada has said they could sue for compensation if we pass it. You know, I'm really struggling with this one. So I guess my question to city staff is, where do you think the most liability is for the city? In approving this development or not approving it?
Mr. Chair, I'll start off, and then Mr. Moody or others may have something to ask. My general advice to the municipality is that liability concerns should not be a major factor in your decisions on planning matters. Planning matters are to be decided on the provincial policy and the official plan, taking into account matters of provincial interest under Section 2, taking into account the principles of good planning. Those are the four things that I would suggest what should be the major factors in a decision by committee and council as to what is an appropriate zoning bylaw or what is appropriate official plan policy.
To that, Mr. Chair, the recommendation that's before you is based on staff's opinion, professional opinion, you know, on the proposal that was put forward to us by the applicant and how it fits within the policy framework that exists today within our official plan, the provincial policy statement, the Planning Act, and as a whole. And so, you know, staff, from a recommendation perspective, if you're asking us what our recommendation is, our recommendation is still that is in the report.
Okay, so that's based on existing policy, but I think what we're identifying in this meeting is that we currently don't have guidelines to protect the experimental farm. So we don't have a policy, but based on the existing policies, the city is recommending approval. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to follow up on the same line of questioning from Councillor Gower and Councillor Troster. In the report, in the staff recommendation, it says there are no legal, I'll read it. There are no legal implications associated with implementing the report. So no legal implications. And I'm hearing from Tim Mark that it would be a difficult case. So I guess my question is it that there are no legal implications or that there's an acceptable level of risk? Because it sounds clearly like both sides are looking at it from interpreting the fact before us from different lenses. So when the staff report had there are no legal implications, was that outside the anticipation of how Ag Canada might see this differently than us? That's my.
Mr. Chair, as I mentioned in response to the first question by Councillor Tierney, the position being advanced by Agriculture Canada in this case is, in my view, a novel position, something that, with respect, is going to be a very difficult case for them or others to make before the Ontario Land Tribunal. There is always the possibility of appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal by either an applicant or by somebody opposed to the development. It is the realm of what your legal services staff, together with planning or in some cases retained outside planners, have to do all the time it is not, in my opinion, an exceptional legal risk.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to thank all the delegations today, particularly Agriculture Canada, for coming and clarifying some of the points that were made in their absence during last meeting. And I think their presence today reinforced my, or certainly made me more, at least as confident in my position today as I was last time we discussed this issue. And I realize that the terms of reference that are being used here don't necessarily recognize the specifics of this application and the impact it would have on the experimental farm. And of course, I think we're all sort of thinking about the overall impact of development around the experimental farm while discussing one single application at planning committee. So I think we're all kind of bouncing back and forth between that and trying to keep our eye on what we're really supposed to be deciding here at Planning and Housing Committee, which as a member of this committee and a supporter of the experimental farm, I do find a bit difficult to navigate. So I guess what we're seeing here, and I'm hearing over and over again in interventions from my colleagues, is that we seem to have identified a gap in policy and the terms of reference. So I don't think that this is an either or conversation. I think which has been suggested in the course of this discussion. I'd love to find a resolution that would allow us to develop and build homes through this corridor, which is, I think very important for housing in the city. We've heard that. I think we all agree with that. But that there are real concerns here for the impact of the experimental farm. So I'm really happy that Councillor Brockington brought that direction forward, as well as the motion, because, if we are able to agree on that, that does allow us to move forward while also agreeing that we need to have a further discussion about the impacts on the experimental farm. And given the fact that it's called the experimental farm, I'm certain that research is part of the value and the heritage value of that property, and that's going to be very important in the future. So I think that's worth protecting and recognizing in part of this discussion. And the one question I do have for staff is about an official plan amendment that would fix this situation. So I'd love to hear from staff what they think about the potential of an OPA, how quickly we could do something like that to address this very specific situation. So I'll throw it back to staff, and then that'll be it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. McCrate.
Thank you, Chair. Just with respect to the complexity of the situation, we always have to recognize that the Central Experimental Farm is a very significant area. It is bounded to the south by the baseline major transit corridor, major corridor designation in the policy area, to the north by Laurier Avenue with the same designation, to the west by Fisher, the minor corridor designation. Of course, we also have hub designations that are also in proximity to that. So in terms of it being a quick fix, I do not see it as being a quick fix. The direction that the committee has provided to us asks us to look at and consider how we might be able to evaluate the potential impacts on the Central Experimental Farm from a more holistic sense, and looking at all the potential development that may occur, not just simply on one corridor, but in that entire surrounding area. So the variety of outcomes that may come from that direction, and any work and collaboration that we do with AAFC could come in a number of different ways. I would not want to presuppose what that fix might be at this point, but it certainly does require further study. And I think that the direction that's been provided gives staff that opportunity to do so.
I just want to quickly ask by way of clarification, because I think I heard within Councillor Kelly's question whether or not an OPA could be created that would address, I think he put it as this specific situation. Can we amend the official plan in a way that this application would then have to adhere to in order to give council grounds to refuse this application?
Mr. Chair, I will take that question. Mr. Chair, I want to make it clear, because some of the people I deal with in the development industry may take my answer, and so I want to make my answer very precise. It is my view that's a principle that some members of the committee may have heard to as a clergy principle. It is my view, and it has been consistently advanced by legal staff of the City of Ottawa, that with respect to the adoption of the new official plan on November the 4th, 2022, that any application subsequent to that date has to comply with the official plan. Any application in process has to comply with the new official plan. And I'd be pleased to discuss the bases for that opinion, but I won't go into that now. However, with respect to standard applications post the adoption of the new official plan, it is my opinion that the clergy principle does apply. And therefore, the application by Taggart in this case would be subject to the policies in place taking into account the new official plan, but not the policies of any subsequent official plan amendment. So an official plan amendment, in my opinion, due to the clergy principle, which is just again for the benefit of those, the clergy principle is the name of clergy properties. It's not tied to religious principle. The clergy principle applies, would apply, and thus a subsequent OPA would not govern this case. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Kelly, is that, did you fully understand Mr. Mark's answer?
So based on what I heard and my limited legal knowledge, I understand that an OPA, if we did do that, would not have an impact on this very specific application. But what about other applications that have already been submitted to the City of Ottawa or are in the pipeline that are around the experimental farm? Like, I'm just wondering if there's a way to adjust our policies that would allow development there in a way that doesn't hurt the experimental farm, whether that's an OPA or not. Is there any other legal means at our disposal to do that?
Mr. Chair, an OPA would only apply to the applications made after the OPA came into force.
Thank you. It's a legitimate question, Councillor Kelly, and one with which we're going to have to grapple, because we know that this application, the baseline application, are not the last applications that will come, and we anticipate significant intensification on baseline, on Fisher, on Prince of Wales, on Carling Avenue. So that's something that we need to take a look at. Sorry, Councillor Kelly, did you have any further questions?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr?
Hi, I'll let the members of the committee go first. I'm just an interloper, so I'll go at the end if that's okay.
Speaking of interlopers, we have a legitimate interloper. I just wanted to make a quick note that Chair Drews, who is a member of this committee by virtue of his chairmanship of the AIRAC committee, has been with us for some time. And thank you for joining the debate, George. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the responses to the questions from councillors from our legal department, Mr. Mark. My question is, when Agriculture Canada stated legal action, is their federal government, it seems weird that they have to go down to the province to make their case. Don't they have some higher powers? Wouldn't they be able to go up a notch, given they are the federal government?
Mr. Chair, in respect of what happens on their own property, yes, there are certain things that the federal government can do. The federal government is not bound by the Planning Act. So with respect to what happens on the Central Experimental Farm itself, it does have that, I'll call it an enhanced position, if you will. With respect to what happens on other properties, no, the federal government is not in a special position, in my opinion.
Well, I think they're talking about their own properties and possible damage. Isn't that correct?
No, they're talking, what is the subject matter here is what will happen at 1081 Carling. And the city has planning jurisdiction over 1081 Carling to make a decision in accordance with the four principles that I mentioned in response to an earlier question, Mr. Chair. So with respect to 1081 Carling, the federal government is not, in my opinion, in any sort of enhanced position.
Okay, I get that. But any consequences from 1081 Carling? I guess it's no different than a resident putting in a claim because something the city did, but much higher level. And is what is at their disposal?
Mr. Chair, the same appeal rights that any other entity would have with respect to a planning matter.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Dudas?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if this is the appropriate time or if you're hoping to hold on to them for after, but there is a motion on the floor regarding changing the height levels, and I'd really love to hear from the applicant. This would be a significant change to what is actually before us today, and I'd like to know their thoughts in response to that motion.
Thank you. And just because obviously, in the interest of procedural fairness, this is a motion that they had not seen. Does the applicant wish to answer Councillor Dudas's question? Because I will afford you that opportunity. Yeah, if you wish to address the question, please come on back to the delegations table.
And as they're coming to the table, Chair, the reason why I think it's appropriate we ask this before we end our questions to staff is there might be new questions that arise from what they say in respect to that motion.
Understood.
So I think the question, thank you very much for the question. So I think the question in front of us is, whether the applicant would be willing to consider, this revised motion in terms of building height. I'd like to suggest that, this is a significant reduction of almost 40% in terms of the total density. And at this point in time, we're not prepared to entertain such a drastic reduction in these tower heights as proposed by the councillor.
Okay. How many, forgive me, I know this is all in the report. How many years have you've been working on this application?
The application was commenced in 2021. So we're now into our almost third calendar year in terms of working through the application, in terms of our very initial pre-consult. So at the present time, to answer the question, we're approximately 24 months through the process with all of the consultation, staff, and 4 rounds of technical submissions that have gone back to planning staff.
And I know I'm putting you on the spot now. It's my last question to you. What will you do if Councillor Brockington's motion is passed? Once again, I'm putting you on the spot. You've had about 5 minutes to digest it, but I would like to know that.
So I think if it's passed, I think the appropriate response for me at this juncture that we will take it under advisement and we'll review the decision. But I think my initial position is quite clear in that, we're not prepared to accept at this time, an almost 40% reduction. All levels of government are currently requesting more housing supply to be built. So we have complied with all of the policies, procedures, studies, 4 rounds of technical comments to go back and forth with planning staff. We've made a number of changes, modifications to the project. And so at this present time, I think we take it under advisement, but, we do feel that we've complied with all of the policy procedures, with respect to what was asked of us initially for this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your thoughts on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. In the context of the Brockington motion, do any other members have questions for the delegation? Because otherwise, please go ahead, because this will be the only opportunity to chat with. Talk to them.
Chair, I do want to ask the proponents, since the Ag Canada expert spoke after them, I just want to get your reaction. Agriculture Canada expert said that the shadowing from your proposed development will cause, quote, significant, costly, and permanent damage, their words, to the agriculture research that's conducted on the site. I'm trying to search for a middle ground here. That's my intent. Taggart and Ag Canada have not sat down to discuss shadow mitigation and the impacts of the shadows on the lands. So what is your reaction to, what is your response to Ag Canada saying significant, costly, permanent damage?
Thank you for the question. I think what I would like to say is that as a member of the development community, I'm not qualified to properly comment on the scientific impact of their research. And I think that that's something that we've tried to convey to staff with respect to the policies and the procedure. And I am not in a position to comment on the specific research, the impact of research, the levels of joules in terms of energy with respect to the site, so on and so forth. So I think respectfully, I would like to sort of limit my comments to the framework of which we've been asked to consider and put forward this application. I would just reemphasize, we have spent time reading the comments, and we've made a decision that it is not within our purview to comment on the scientific impact with respect to this development. And I'll turn it over to my colleague Miguel to build on that.
Well, I just want to add an additional clarification in that while we recognize that we didn't meet directly with Ag Canada, we had the benefit of the written comments, and we had the benefit of exchanges between them and staff and the summary memo. That's not to say that the project hasn't changed and improved. As Derek mentioned, there was 4 rounds of technical comments. Each of those rounds yielded changes to the building design. Some of those changes were related to a better transition to the residential community to the north. It involved shifting towers, lowering podiums, the park space, all sorts of other modifications. Some of those modifications also included already reducing the tower heights from the original proposal, and equally important, reducing the tower floor plates to in the range of 750 square meters. Both of those intentions were there to mitigate shadow impacts, both to the community to the north and to the experimental farm. So it is important to recognize that even though we didn't meet directly, we were aware of their concerns, and Taggart and their design team has taken steps to try to mitigate some of those concerns already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both. I think members have posed their questions with respect to this particular motion, and you've provided your answers. So I'm going to move on now to Councillor Johnson. You can resume your seats. Thank you.
Thank you. So these questions are for staff. I was curious if we could get a comment on the one delegation speaking about setting guidelines when it comes to the CHIS. I thought that was kind of an interesting consideration in that the surrounding area of a potentially culturally and heritage significant site would have an impact on that, and how much. And I understand from the impact statement that we did only consider, within the boundaries of the farm. I wonder if there's someone that could comment what might be the interactions between the setting guidelines and how we imagine these impacts.
Chair, I'll ask Ms. Collins, who's on the line, to respond to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the city's terms of reference for cultural heritage impact statements, it isn't as specific as to say exactly what must be reviewed. So it is up to the professional who prepares the document to sort of assess what are those cultural heritage values using the statement of significance that is assigned for this place. So the statement of significance for the Central Experimental Farm has a series of character defining elements, one of which is the open cultivated fields. And that is one of the things that was assessed by the applicant's consultant. And beyond that, there is also a character defining element that says that the farm is bounded on the edges by the city. So, I think there is a recognition that the urban edge of the city is part of the setting of the farm and sort of beyond that. So I'm not sure that anything was really missed here in the overall consideration for this particular application. That being said, I do think, as my colleagues have said, staff do support the direction that has been provided related to having a further consideration of what those cumulative impacts could be on the overall values of the farm, which I think do include its setting as part of, in the city. hope that helps.
No, that's helpful. Thank you. And then my other question is with respect to some of the documentation referring to the future of the baseline secondary plan as being a potential factor in how we are going to intensify around the farm. But I believe that as it's currently proposed and in the work plan, the boundaries of that secondary plan do not extend to the farm anymore. And so I just wanted a comment that that decision was made as we're looking for future intensification around the farm.
And Mr. Chair, the baseline secondary plan did form part of the work plan that was approved by council earlier this year. We will be going forward with terms of reference and directions for how we are going to undertake that study. The boundaries of that currently right now are from Greenbank to Fisher. So they do not necessarily include the experimental farmlands, but they do of course include the lands in development that would be bordering the experimental farm. Of note, though, the baseline secondary plan is, of course, along baseline. It does not look at revisiting policies along Fisher or Carling or providing additional substance or nuance to those policies. That would be something that would be outside of that. And that is where the direction would look at us expanding or providing a new work plan item that might provide, again, that more holistic look that might in turn inform the baseline secondary plan and any other policy directions that flow from there.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment. I don't have any additional questions. I did make this comment when we discussed this the first time, but I'll make it again. We had a number of delegates speaking on behalf of farmers, and now we've had additional time to consider this application, but I haven't heard from farmers in my community that are concerned about this development. And I invite you also to speak to our colleague, Farmer Brown, about his thoughts on this application. But I do hear from my community about how much the landscape in Orleans has changed. I sent some photos to committee members about what Ward 19 looked like when I was in high school and what it looks like today, and going further back when my parents bought in the 70s, in Orleans in the 70s, there was farmland all around them. So, you know, our city is growing. We need housing. That's something that we grapple with at this committee every time we meet. And with much respect and appreciation for Ag Canada and the experimental farm, in addition to needing to evaluate this application on the planning merits, you know, this housing is going to end up somewhere, and we have to keep in mind there is an impact to not intensifying in the core. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much, and thanks for letting me participate in your meeting today. I find this topic very interesting and fascinating, and knowing that I'm going to have to make a decision at council in 2 weeks. I just wanted to ask something. I mean, certainly it's compelling to have the most senior bureaucrat at Agriculture Canada come today and present in front of a group of municipal officials and indicate that the minister is aware that they are there. I also heard from a delegation that they spoke to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, who indicated that this was a climate change issue. But my understanding of your role as committee members and my role as a council member is that we need to make decisions that are in line with the Planning Act, with the provincial policy statement, and the policies of the official plan. So having that advocacy at the most senior level of federal public servants and coming to ask us to make decisions that are really outside of our responsibility, to me is extremely significant, particularly here in Ottawa, where we have such a relationship with the federal government. So I'm wondering if there's any opportunity to get a clarifying statement from the Minister of Agriculture or at the political level. I heard very clearly today from the delegates that the ministers are aware that we are there and that they're not speaking for the political level, but we are the political level at the municipal. I'm wondering if there's any opportunity to have that in the next 2 weeks before we have to make a decision as a council. And I guess that would be a question to you, Chair, probably.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to caution that this committee's job has been very strictly given to it under the Planning Act, which is to consider the merits of a rezoning application under the policies and guidelines that guide development in Ontario. Personally speaking, as a member of the Planning and Housing Committee, I am less interested in what the Minister of Agriculture thinks about the planning merits than I am in hearing from our legal staff, in hearing from staff, in hearing from the applicant, in hearing from the lawyers who are representing the community, who are addressing the planning merits. There is a fundamental tension at play in this file between the two levels of government that actually exist in our Constitution in Canada. There is a provincial government that has responsibility for land use planning, and it has described the goal of its land use planning in the provincial policy statement. And we have gotten very clear indication from the provincial level about how they want us to plan Ottawa, which is as a denser city that is focused on transit, that is focused on intensification, that is focused on people living near amenities, that curtails sprawl to the degree that it can, versus a federal level of government, which has responsibility for agriculture. And this file is unfortunately on our plate as one in which the vote that I believe we have to take, which is that this does meet our official plan policies, is at odds with that federal mandate to address food security. The federal minister may speak to us, if they had the opportunity, about the impact that our planning decision might have on their farm, but it doesn't affect the decision that we nonetheless need to make, which is on the planning merits of the file. We go into this decision aware that there is going to be an impact on a certain kind of research in a certain geography on this farm. The Ontario Land Tribunal, to which this file will almost certainly go, I'm sure, is going to be considering this within their mandate, which is, does this meet the criteria of the Planning Act? So, Councillor Carr, there is the potential to try to get the federal Minister of Agriculture to weigh in, but I don't believe that that's necessarily the most relevant comment with respect to the decision that is in front of us today. I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer to you, but that's my personal answer to you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I support what you said, Chair. It's just, I feel that, you know, as a member of council, I've been put in an incredibly uncomfortable position, having senior level bureaucrats advocate to the political level to make decisions on which we really have no authority. So I really appreciate what you said, and thank you for letting me join the meeting today.
Never say thank you for being allowed to join. You are a member of council and can participate as of right, and we encourage it to all the members of council who are not here today. That's a hint. All right. No, I'm kidding.
Come on.
No, we don't need a 25-person planning and housing committee meeting. Okay. If members would like the opportunity to make a wrap-up comment, please go ahead, Councillor Brockington.
Just very briefly, Chair, thank you. So middle ground, that's the term I'd like us to consider at this time. I'm trying to find middle ground for a development that I do want to see happen on a corridor that I do need to see development. We all need to see development, but experts have testified both in writing and here today that as is, this development will cause significant detrimental impacts to agriculture research. So do we have a role to consider the impacts on agricultural research located on federal land? Some of you say, no, we don't. I say, yes, we do. I don't think we dispute that there has been decades of research at this location. No one is disputing the value of agricultural research. No one is disputing the value that this research has yielded across Canada in so many capacities. So how do we consider this in our decision-making that we have to decide upon now? And the motion before us today, Chair and colleagues, is trying, in the absence of the working group and in absence of a mitigation plan, the proponent deserves a response today. The middle ground that we can find, that the experts have said the upper range of 14 stories, is the motion that I'm trying to strike here today. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no further comments, we'll move into a vote first on the Brockington motion. Again, the Brockington motion would reduce the allowable heights of the towers area C and E, both to 14 stories. Can I ask for a vote on that, please, Kelly?
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
No.
Councillor Johnson? No. Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Lowe, Councillor Tierney,
No.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Gower,
No.
and Chair Leeper.
No.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Okay, so oh, I'm sorry, Councillor DeRusse. Yep.
Yeah.
No, Chair DeRusse?
Exactly, no.
Thank you. 4 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, so we will now vote then on the unamended report recommendation.
Councillor Brockington,
No.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Chair DeRusse,
Yes.
and Chair Leeper.
Yes.
Yeah, 9 yeas, 3 nays.
That carries. So we'll have that in front of us at City Council 27th, September 27th. Thank you very much, Colette. Thank you very much, Andrew, for your work on that. Thank you very much to all the delegations. This was actually an interesting out-of-the-box discussion, and I appreciate everyone's participation. So we have Richard Schmiel here, I believe, is the architect for Somerset. Hope I got that right. Mr. Schmiel, if the committee is prepared to carry the staff recommendations, did you need to speak to the committee? So committee members, on the alteration at Somerset House and the rezoning of Somerset House, do those carry? Carry. Thank you very much. Let us take 20 minutes. We're going to come back at 10 after to resume with Regina Street. Thank you. we have a quorum. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. We have quorum, so I am going to get the meeting underway. So what are we on? This is, it should be the 6, 7. Okay, so this is the official plan amendment and rezoning application for 2475 Regina Street. I have asked staff to be prepared with a presentation for this one. So I would invite staff to come on up. I was going to say you have 5 minutes to address the committee, but that's not true. So, yeah, talk really fast. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. This is a presentation for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 2475 Regina Street. Next slide, please. The site is 1 hectare and is located on the north side of Richmond Road, west of the Kitchissippi-Meekan. The site is currently home to Parkway House, a residential care home for adults with physical disabilities. Surrounding land uses include, to the north are the Byron Linear Path and the Byron Linear Tramway Park, a city park that connects to the NCC's Ottawa River Pathway. To the east is the Kitchissippi-Meekan and associated pedestrian walkways, which are owned and operated by the National Capital Commission and which provide direct connectivity to the Lincoln Fields LRT station to the south. The area directly across the Kitchissippi-Meekan to the east is also characterized by high-rise buildings near the future New Orchard LRT station. To the south is high-rise residential development facing Richmond Road with heights up to 21 stories. To the west are low-rise single detached dwellings facing Lincoln Height Road. The site is approximately 400 meters from the Lincoln Fields LRT station and within 700-meter radius of the New Orchard station along Richmond Road to the east. Next slide. The subject lands are designated as neighborhood in the interurban transect. Within neighborhoods, development is to be characterized as low to mid-density, low-rise development to create conditions for 15-minute neighborhoods. Next slide, please. The subject property is within the boundaries of the ongoing Lincoln Fields Station secondary planning study. The purpose of this study is to prepare a secondary plan to guide future development in the Lincoln Fields Station area that complements the city's newly adopted official plan. The main objective of the study and the secondary plan are to facilitate a more urbanized place that helps meet the city's intensification targets and strategically locate density in proximity to the future LRT station. Next slide, please. Parkway House, in conjunction with Windmill Development Group, is proposing to demolish the existing one-story building that houses Parkway House and construct a new residential care facility and residential development consisting of 3 buildings. The proposed structures consist of one 7-story building incorporating Parkway House on the ground floor, one 16-story building providing residential units, and one 28-story building consisting of market value residential units. With a total of 510 residential units, the buildings are planned to include a range of units from studios, 1-bedrooms, 2-bedrooms, and family-friendly 3-bedroom units. The applicant has committed to ensuring that the development will follow the principles of One Planet Living. Once endorsed, Parkway House would become the 3rd One Planet Living community in Canada and the 2nd in Ottawa. Next slide, please. It's recommended that council approve amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw for 2475 Regina Street to permit 7, 16, and 28-story buildings. The official plan amendment. Next slide, please. Sorry. The official plan amendment seeks to establish an area-specific policy to address an amendment associated with the neighborhood designation policies to permit building heights up to 28 stories. Presently, these policies generally limit building heights to those of a low-rise building typology, up to 4 stories. Next slide, please. The applicant seeks to rezone the site to residential 5th density zone with a site-specific provision, as well as a schedule which regulates heights and setbacks. The proposed zoning introduces regulations to permit the continuation of the Parkway House on site, permits a reduced landscape strip around parking, permits a minimum setback to an accessory structure of 1.2 meters, reduces parking requirements, and implements a holding provision to require the following to be provided before development can occur on the site: upgrades to the Lincoln Field sanitary pumping station, looping of water main, and active transportation connections to rapid transit be provided. Next slide, please. The development supports the official plan goals by allowing higher densities in areas close to transit station, corridors, and major neighborhood amenities, and in an area contributing to 15-minute neighborhoods. The site has unique lot size, location, and zoning, and historical land use compared to the residential lot fabric along nearby streets within the surrounding neighborhood designation. The site is of a size that allows for the proposed 3-building development to be arranged with appropriate transition to the low-profile neighborhood to the west
and integrate into the surrounding urban fabric by providing a built form which generally respects a 45-degree angular plane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stern. We have a number of public delegations to speak to this item before we come back to address questions to staff. Peter Caskey, I understand, is under a particular time constraint. And so with the committee's permission, I'm going to bump him to the top of the list and invite Mr. Caskey to the front to address the committee. Oh.
Chair, may I raise a point of order before we get started?
Yeah, and Kelly just reminded me of one of my functions, which is to invite the applicant to make a presentation first. But please, point of order, Clerk.
Chair, it's come to my attention, I may be in a perceived conflict of interest on this matter. I have not sought a legal opinion on this matter. I think in the abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself from the meeting at this point, get that matter, and then declare it at council if I need be. But in the abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself at this point. Thank you.
Brockington, that seems like a wise choice. Thank you very much. So I would ask you to ensure that your camera is off. And I'm sorry, Mr. Caskey, before we go to before we go to you, I need to hear from the applicant. I apologize. Thank you for your understanding. And Ross? Yeah, Mr. Ferris, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee, knowing that Mr. Caskey is waiting.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of Windmill Development Group, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity today to discuss the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications for the proposed development at 2475 Regina Street. Windmill has been working with the Parkway House Foundation for the last 20 years to envision a new facility for the Parkway House, in addition to providing new housing for the surrounding community. Providing a new facility for the Parkway House, as well as keeping them operational in their existing facility until the new one is complete, is paramount to the success of this development. As shown by the city staff report, the development is consistent with many relevant official planned land use policies related to built form, density, proximity to light rail station, utilization of existing infrastructure, sustainability, and walkable neighborhoods. The development aims to maximize connectivity, and we propose to provide a connection through our site direct to the NCC pathway leading to the new Lincoln Fields LRT station. We've already initiated discussions with the NCC on the connection to their pathway, and they're generally in support such that we provide a design that works for all parties. Additionally, we are providing a minimum 1-to-1 ratio for bike parking, as well as exploring micromobility options and other TDM measures as listed in our transportation impact assessment through the site plan process. As has been true for other windmill developments in the past, this new development aims to raise the bar for sustainable development, providing a lasting beneficial impact for the community. In addition to targeting a LEED Platinum certification, the new development aims to be only the third fully endorsed One Planet Living community in Canada, with themes of providing zero carbon living, year-round natural connections, and welcoming and inclusive community. To provide a zero carbon community, we're exploring a highly efficient building envelope system and district heating and cooling through renewable sources to maximize thermal comfort while greatly decreasing the overall required energy use to operate these buildings. We also plan to implement cross-laminated timber structural systems and prefabricated envelope systems where possible that reduce carbon emissions, can provide a higher quality of construction than conventional site-built systems, and perhaps most importantly for the surrounding neighbors, reduce the amount of on-site construction time by prefabricating as many components as possible off-site to merely be connected when they're delivered on-site. We would like to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the rest of the Planning and Housing Committee for your time today, and we look forward to continuing to work with staff and with Councillor Kavanaugh as we bring this development to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ross. Do members of the committee have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ross, for coming out today. I appreciate it. Anyway, one of the big factors in this project that is a concern is the emphasis on the connectivity to Lincoln Field Station. And it's one of the holds that is being put on the project. You've mentioned it, and that you have relations in terms of discussions with the NCC in terms of your own property. But my concern is the rest, which is 400 meters. And who's going to take responsibility to clear that path? This question I'll be asking for the city in terms of development charges, but I'm hoping that that is a deal, because we need that. That is actually very, very important, especially when your parking ratio is at 50%. And I just want your comments on that, and hopefully development charges can be used to accommodate clearing that pathway for snow and making it a year-round pathway.
Sure. Yes, thank you for the question. So we had a call with the NCC probably 3 weeks ago now. There's been a few email exchanges before that as well, just to broach this idea with them. And it seemed like they had some ideas on how this might work compared to other areas in the city where there are pathways along NCC lands that are connecting to municipal transit stations. So I think we're open to all discussions between ourselves as the development team, the city, and the NCC to determine what's best. And I understand that's the reason that the language has been put into the holding provision as such, so that we can determine this through the rest of the development process.
I guess the real question is who's paying, is because it's going to be an expense forever, and we need to know that. So hopefully this will be done through development charges, because this building will certainly benefit from this pathway as well. And this is what I'll be asking staff, is Regina Street itself, which only has one sidewalk. It's meant to be a residential street, and now it's being turned into more of a corridor, a major corridor. And that's concerning, and it needs better infrastructure for active transportation. And we need to see that. And I want to know what the developer's role is in making that happen with development charges.
Sure. Yeah. And I think, we can certainly be responsible for what happens within the bounds of our property. And as I understand it, based on the staff report, there's commitment that this be looked into through the secondary plan analysis that's taking place for the Lincoln Fields area.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. It's not me. Is it me? Hello. See? Can you help me? Hello? Okay, super. Okay, thank you. That's usually Sean Devine. I didn't truly do that one though. So I was just wondering, I'm sorry to ask you something that I should have at the back of my hand, but can you go through the parking ratios one more time for both residential and visitor?
Make sure my mic is on. So yeah, I think we are at just shy of a 0.5 ratio. I think we have 246 proposed spaces, plus 12 surface parking spaces that are adjacent to where the new Parkway House facility will be located. And as I understand it, the ratio for visitor is 0.1 for the number of units that we have. So that's roughly 50 visitor spots.
And how many service spots were there for Parkway House in its current iteration with fewer residents?
I'd have to confirm with the Parkway House, but from my experience, there's probably 5 or 6, something like that. There's a lot of paving, but there's not actually marked spots.
Okay. So Parkway House feels confident that that would be an adequate number of service spaces for their development?
Yes. Yeah. There's 1 to 2 staff people there at all times. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Thank you very much, Ross. Mr. Caskey, I apologize. We're ready for you now. And sir, whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to address the committee and just press the button.
Thank you, Chair Leeper. I would also like to take note that our Bay Ward Councillor Teresa is a member of the committee, and pleased that there are other members of the committee here and perhaps also electronically tuned in. My name is Peter Caskey. I have been a resident at 291 Lincoln Heights Road since 1971. So I have, a historical understanding of some of the events and how we got where we are, and some of the zigzag history that may help inform a critical view and exploration of the proposal as submitted for rezoning of 2475 Regina Street. First of all, to be very direct, this proposal for a rezoning of this property is all about turning a unique 1 hectare of parkland and open space into a very high density development. This proposal, if approved, would be a precedent-setting one and indeed damaging to the zoning system in particular. And I will lay out several reasons why the proposed exemptions from the official plan should not be accepted and the actual rezoning request be rejected. Now for some historical reference. Actually, this site was considered at one time in the past for a rezoning similar to what is on the table now. It was back in 1974, and it was a property at that time owned by the separate school board. The separate school board reached a point where they decided that the location of this property did not fit well with their catchment area for students. And so they concluded it would be surplus to their needs. And when it was surplus to their needs, they would like to sell it. And for the highest return on the surplus asset means the highest density possible. So it was in 1974. That request was rejected by the council of the day because of the physical limitations of this property. It has only one entrance exit and into a residential street. The staff recommendation had been to reject the proposal because the physical limitations of the property made it suitable only for what they called low intensity development. Fast forward to last year, the staff studied all the properties in the area for consultation on the Lincoln Fields Station secondary plan. Don't be misled by the wording from the applicant. This property was specifically excluded from the list of properties considered suitable for the hub and the protected major transit station areas. To approve the proposal would create a precedent, not just for Bay Ward, but in fact, citywide. The lightning could strike properties in any part of the city. And the precedent is that a property zoned as 01 parks and open space is up for grabs to turn into high density housing. And the second major criterion of being accessible directly from a main road, which is a widely accepted principle, does not happen in this case. So the principle of the precedent rather is a very wide open hunting license for properties that might be owned by a not-for-profit school board, which in history was this case, a church or other not-for-profit or even privately owned, where the proponent wants to turn a property that may be in the middle of embedded in a community for high-rise development. This precedent really destabilizes every established neighborhood's confidence of what to expect from a zoning system that is related by the principle of consistency of decision-making.
You are out of time, so if you have a concluding thought, I'll allow that.
There is another, I have, just let me put on the table and I can supply in writing. This proposal also cannot be squared with the last year's new policy on parks and open spaces and the shrinking inventory in the city of such valuable properties. And because any property that is zoned O1 can be flipped. I would just end up by pointing out that the city will be accountable as to whether their decision on 2475 Regina delivers the standards that are required for a healthy administration of the zoning system. Consistency, transparency, impartiality, and if I may respectfully add a warning to councillors, ad hoc decisions of special exemptions or exceptions are toxic. They are rarely impartial. They usually are very damaging to the integrity of the system. And if I may make one final point, Mr. Chair.
I need to cut you off there, Mr. Caskey. I apologize.
It's a juicy one.
Can somebody ask Mr. Caskey?
Such decisions raise speculation as to why a proposal that is so unique was given approval, which will reward substantial financial benefit to the private entity involved. And does that ring a bell with the councilors?
I need to cut you off there. I apologize.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Do we have your Councillor Kavanaugh has a question for you.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Caskey, for taking the time out and spending all this time today at the meeting, waiting to appear. I appreciate it. I'll be asking questions on behalf of the community to staff, because delegations are basically making statements in what you've done. And I will ask about the previous zoning and how that evolved, because that is something that is extremely unusual. Though keep in mind, of course, this is a private property. This
Yes,
is not,
I can provide actually a document from that era to help you.
Yeah, I've seen it. Thank you.
Oh, you've seen it. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yes, thank you. I appreciate that. So what is your major concern? Is it in terms of the development going forward?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
What is your major concern in terms of a development?
Well, this proposal, clearly it does not follow a pattern of consistency. So, I mean, to me, it's self-evident. The transparency part, this proposal has been shielded in private understandings and lack of clarity between the relationship of the developer and the vendor of the property. Now, in our submissions last year, we pointed out transparency is really a coin of the realm for public trust.
I will ask about that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Caskey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caskey. Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Marion Agnew is our next speaker. It is possible that Marion has dropped offline. Okay, we're going to move down to Doug Cope. Mr. Cope. Good afternoon, Doug.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to committee. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay. My name is Doug Cope. As a way of introduction and to provide credibility to my comments, I will state that I am an ex-naval officer with professional training in emergency, safety, and hazard assessment. I have a master's degree in engineering. I have been an environmental engineer for almost 50 years and ran my own environmental consulting firm for over 30. My wife and I object to the amendment plan and to the development in general. I submitted a petition of 41 other people who agreed. This was from a meeting of only 45 people in a park to discuss this last September. We have a vested interest, my wife and I, in not wanting to see this development go through. This was to be our forever home. Now we'll be faced with a loss of privacy, a loss of vista, a major disruption to our way of life, and to the nature of the character of the community and neighborhood. But those are our personal concerns and not why I'm here to address this committee. I'm more worried about the following. The lack of certain city services to support this development. In this report, the city admits that a critical component of the local infrastructure is currently unable to support this and other developments. Apparently, upgrades to the Lincoln Heights sanitary pumping station are required. Therefore, I contend that this application should not be considered until the necessary upgrades have been approved, funded, and performed. The dubious claim of easy access to a transit hub. The claim is that this development is an easy walk to the transit hub only applies in summer months. The NCC multi-use pathway that allows an applicant to claim that development is only 400 meters transit hub is for summer months only. The MUP is not plowed by the NCC, nor is sand and salt put down in winter months. In winter months, the only access way into the Lincoln Heights field, Lincoln Fields transit station is via Regina and Astley roads. A distance of 700 to 800 meters, not 400 meters as claimed. The overall disruption of quality of life of a relatively quiet neighborhood. I would point out that there is little or no evidence to support a city staff contention that the integrity of the neighborhood designation is maintained. I ask, how can two massive towers and another large 4-story structure, along with the accompanying vehicles and people on what is now largely green space, be considered maintaining the integrity of the neighborhood designation? That surely is a subjective opinion, and I contend that the residents of the neighborhood are more qualified to speak on the integrity of the neighborhood than the city staff. The residents have expressed their disagreement with this development with such conclusions in petitions and other forums. A number of serious traffic and safety concerns. My counselor reported to me that the city fire official told her that they had no concerns about safety connected to this proposed development. This is disconcerting because this development is on a dead-end street with only a single comparatively narrow access and egress road. In addition, because of snow removal issues, the single access roads of Regina and Astley were each down to virtually one lane for over a month last winter in January and February. And yet an official can see no problem with large fire and emergency vehicles getting in and out of the dense complex that features 4 90-degree bends to transit. Our building, 1275 Richmond Road, has had 2 fires and several alarms in the last 5 years that required residents to evacuate. During those emergencies, fire and emergency vehicles had access in 2 directions on Richmond Road plus Regina in the rear. This facility will have 1 access. In addition to the fire trucks, the city bus was brought in to accommodate people who were forced out into the cold. Adding to this congestion emergency vehicles, the Parkway House residents would require large special paratransport buses to evacuate. And yet official can see no problem in similar emergency situation in this dense complex with a single road access. I leave it to you to consider if you would be concerned. I certainly am. The negative impact on the Mud Lake Conservation Area and Flyway. The two proposed towers are only about 100 meters from the Mud Lake Conservation Area. It is hard to believe that these towers in this development will not have a serious detrimental impact on Mud Lake and the migratory patterns of the birds using the area. Compound the problem, the other new towers are also planned for the south of Mud Lake at the corner of Astley and Richmond, plus in the Lincoln Fields complex. The loss of trees and green space. As shown in the photos I submitted to the city, this is primarily green space, considering a large open field and many mature trees and shrubs. It is such a green space that a flock of wild turkeys took up residence there last fall. As such, this area is different from all of the other developments proposed for this ward, since this will be built on what is largely a green field and not on existing pavement and concrete. Our local politicians all claim that green space and trees are important to them. Our federal MP claims that fighting climate change, protecting our environment priorities is a priority. Mayor Sutcliffe claims 1 million trees planted by the end of my term, and we want a cleaner and greener city. Councillor Kavanaugh's priorities, one of them is achieving Ottawa's climate change targets. It is difficult to see how removing these trees and this large green space will achieve the goal of greener city with more trees to meet climate change targets.
Doug, you are out of time. Is there a final point you'd like to make?
Just another paragraph. At present, when looking south from the NCC MUP, just to the north of the proposed development, you will see only green trees and shrubs. This development takes place, this will no longer be the case. All you're going to see is buildings. And I'll leave you with the words of Joni Mitchell's song. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've lost till it's gone? You paved paradise and put up a parking lot. This is your chance to stop them paving paradise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see that there's a question for you from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for coming out. I appreciate it. It's a commitment to take the time. I'm going to be asking staff the questions you've raised in terms of the emergency services, and I have answered you in emails before, but I'm going to get them to elaborate on those concerns, and obviously you have some experience in that area. I've also reached out in terms of the connectivity, because that is a major factor, and not just for the NCC pathway, but also on Regina. And we do need improvements on both. And I will be asking about the NCC's response in terms of Mud Lake, which I know the community is concerned about. It's right there. So we'll be asking for that. And in terms of the trees and shrubs, which you have raised. In terms of the green space, I just have to remind you that it's not a city-owned green space. This is a private property now that belongs to Parkway House. So in terms of what the city does to it is not the same. So just a reminder of that. So, I will be asking those questions so that you get your answers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. I don't see any other questions from members. So Doug, thank you for your presentation. Up next, John O'Connell. John, welcome to committee. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make the presentation. And I'm assuming we'll get some, or do you have slides?
I'll have a couple, I'll have 3 right near the end, just in quick succession, just to illustrate something.
Perfect. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is John O'Connell. I'm representing the Lincoln Heights Parkway Community Association. And you'll have heard all kinds of things about parking and block views and lots of green space and shading and all sorts of stuff like that. I won't be getting into that. Of course, this is near and dear to the hearts of the people who live there because they live there. And we've covered a lot of these areas in our written submission. But I have to ask, why do we have an official plan and should we be following it? What about the secondary plans? Should they guide us in this review as to whether this application is compliant and appropriate for the location? Do boundaries and distances matter? Well, of course, yes to all of these things. Otherwise, why are we here? I'd like to first state that this proposal is not compliant with the secondary plan for this area. And at this point alone, the proposal could be denied. The reason for that is there simply is no secondary plan. The city has not issued a secondary plan for this area, which brings up the question, why are we reviewing and approving potentially all of these applications for construction when there is no guiding plan? Nothing to indicate that there will be an observation of all of these different proposals and taking them into context with each other. So one organization proposes to build something that will affect the traffic in a certain way. They'll say it'll increase the traffic by 10%, for example. And then you say, okay, well, that's fine, passed. Next one, 10%, 10%, 10%. Well, that's 50%, but they're not taken into consideration with each other. So it's not consistent with the secondary plan. And we'll have to state that this proposal does not meet the requirement or direction of the official plan either. And our submissions have clearly demonstrated that it's a completely inappropriate proposal for this area. Because the proposal does not apply, the proposal for construction, in a breathtaking array of reasons: height, parking, landscape, strip setback, upgrade to sanitary stations, water main, accessory structures, etc., you're being asked to approve an amendment to the official plan. The official plan also contains other requirements regarding high rises, including that they should be built on main corridors, which this is not. It is a low-rise residential area with a four-story height restriction at this point. And within the transit hub, that's the other area where it's appropriate to build high-rise towers. This is not within the hub. It's been purposely left out of the hub. Because this bill doesn't comply with the official plan, there's no secondary plan. The mechanism by which you're being asked to approve amendments to the official plan is by the only means possible, an area-specific policy proposal. And this proposal from the staff, or the description of it from the staff, and the recommendation to your committee clearly not only indicates the various areas of non-compliance with the official plan, the height, the parking, the setback, etc., but also indicates all of the requirements that must be met in order to comply with the appropriate area-specific policy 12.31 regarding high-rise specific high-rise proposals. Sorry, I emphasize that they must comply, because if these requirements of the official plan are not met, you cannot approve an area-specific plan unless you violate the official plan. I take issue with a number of the assertions regarding compliance in the proposal, including the whole Kitchissippi-Zitan context. There's some on that side of the parkway, so therefore we must build some on this side. But I have a little time, so I'll just address the most obvious non-compliance. Official plan policy 12.3 states, subsection 1, the request for an amendment to this plan to create an area-specific policy shall be supported by a planning rationale which includes all of the following. I haven't got time, I'm going to skip right to J. Demonstration that where a high-rise building is proposed, that the site is within 300-meter radius or 400-meter walking distance, whichever is greatest, of an existing or funded rapid transit station. The proposal to your committee states that the site is within a 400-meter walk of the Lincoln Fields LRT station. That is demonstrably false, and it isn't even close. The actual walking distance, if I can get the first image up, is clearly demonstrated in our proposal, and it is currently at least 1.2 kilometers. That's 3 times the allowable distance. That's the distance to the LRT station entrance on Carling Avenue. Illustrated there. I say currently because that's the route that must be taken in the winter if the NCC pathway is not maintained, and the NCC has indicated they won't maintain it at this point. Even if the city takes on the responsibility and the cost of year-round lighting and winter maintenance, the distance is still over 800 meters, more than twice the allowable distance. And the recommendation of your committee regarding the hold only recommends that this access must be explored. So it may well remain 1.2 kilometers, which it cannot according to the official plan policy. I have demonstrated the distance is not within a 400-meter walking distance. I welcome anyone to demonstrate, as required by the official policy, that it is within this distance. I submit at this time that proposal is not in compliance with subsection J of policy 12.3.1 of the official plan, and this committee must therefore deny this application. I would point out that subsection L of 12.3.1 of the official plan states that a mid-rise building proposal allows a distance of 900 meters.
John, and to cut you off there, I apologize.
But an interesting point, and I've made a quick note of it. I'll be asking staff about that. Are there any, Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, John, for coming out today and representing the community. I appreciate it. That is a question in terms of the secondary plan, this project was in and out of it, and I think we need answers on that in terms of how it's being taken into consideration, and it is something that we will be hearing more about because there's going to be meetings planned on the secondary plan coming up in the fall for Lincoln Fields area. So we'll talk about that and the connectivity. Appreciate you pointing out that the current route, if we do not have the plowing and for winter maintenance and lighting, will be a longer route. So I appreciate you pointing that out and showing that illustration. That's very helpful for people to understand that is extremely important. I don't know if you have any further comments on that.
Well, it's not only important, it's required by the official policy that the distance be 400-meter walking distance. And even if that path is cleared, it still will be twice that distance.
Okay, well, we'll check on the measurements, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. I don't see any questions from anyone else, so thank you very much for your presentation today. Thank you. Ron Perber. Welcome to committee, and whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say a few words about how the city staff report greatly understates the level and intensity of neighborhood opposition to the project as currently planned. In its short treatment of public consultation, the report gives the false impression that there is relatively little opposition to it among the residents of the neighborhood. Nothing could be further from the truth. As noted in various submissions to the staff last year, a group of a half dozen volunteers spent several weeks in August 2022 conducting a comprehensive and systematic canvassing of neighborhood opinion on the rezoning proposal. As of the 26th of August 2022, the petition we circulated had gathered a total of 218 signatures stating their, quote, firm opposition to the Parkway House development project proceeding as currently planned, unquote. This represented no less than 87% of all of the households contacted. The petition, together with an analysis of it, was appended to the Lincoln Heights Volunteers Brief submitted to the city on the 30th of August, 2022. Subsequently, an additional 23 residents added their signatures for a total of 241. The city staff report of 8th September mentions only that a petition with 41 signatures in opposition was received. Why would the city staff cite this comparatively minor petition while completely ignoring the volunteers' more comprehensive and systematic one, reflecting a much broader segment of the population? The staff report also fails to mention that speakers at a public meeting called by the Community Association in September 2022, attended by at least 70 residents, almost unanimously condemned the project. Further, the detailed 31-page formal report to the city by the Community Association on the 30th of September 2022 recommended that the rezoning application be rejected. All of this was recalled in my comments to the city staff on the 20th of July of this year, but none of it was reflected in the current staff report to this committee. I should add that the majority of residents we talked to while canvassing for the petition were not opposed to any development of the site at all. Most recognized that some kind of development was inevitable, but all felt that the sheer scale of this particular proposal was completely inappropriate for a neighborhood of our size and character. We accept the need for reasonable intensification, but to authorize a jump from a single story at present to no fewer than 28 stories in one fell swoop and in a neighborhood comprised primarily of single-family dwellings is going too far. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pose a quick question here, which is whether or not you've sought legal advice, which I think sometimes can be very clarifying in terms of understanding what the issues are. we know, like you've asked a number of questions about details that were not in the staff report. And, we deal with these applications every 2 weeks. We know that dozens, if not hundreds of residents in the immediate vicinity are opposed to the traffic impacts, the shadow impacts, the noise impacts, have concerns about the construction noise and the construction impacts. We know, right? And our decision is not based on whether or not residents are opposed. Under planning matters, as you heard ad nauseum in our last discussion, the threshold is whether or not it adheres to the policies and directions and plans that guide developments in Ontario. So while I absolutely am certain, and it's not a part of the report I would normally read, I am certain that residents are relatively uniform in their opposition here. I am wondering if you have sought legal advice, expert planning legal advice, to help you narrow down those issues that would give this council grounds under the Planning Act to refuse an application for the official plan amendment and the rezoning. Because as I look at this application, understanding the official plan that we have and where it directs intensification and how it directs intensification, I am at a loss to see any refusal grounds that would give us cause to turn this down. And so I'm wondering, have you spoken to a planning lawyer to help sort of narrow it down?
No, the direct answer is no, I haven't.
You have a lot of residents who are very much in opposition to this. And I would suggest that having a discussion with somebody, because you won't trust me, right? My residents don't trust me when I tell them I don't see the grounds here. But they do trust their own lawyer. And it might be worth an initial conversation with somebody to say, do you see anything here that is clearly going to be able to help us argue for a refusal? I will leave it there. Thank you for the answer. That leaves Anthony Kaminsky. Kaminsky, welcome to committee, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I'd like to first say the eloquently presented arguments earlier. One of them actually addresses the question that you asked, was the distance of the 400 meters as opposed to 800 meters. Because on the requirements of the, getting my thoughts together here. The requirements for the height and the parking was based on 400 meters of walking distance to the LRT station. So that is very specific to that. And also about the walking meters, I've also looked at the language about the holding zone provisions, the given for the sanitary sewers, and there was another development, plus also for the NCC provision. Now, the other two holding zone provisions, they had to be met. The language in there was as a past tense to be met. Whereas for the connection to the NCC Pinecrest Walkway, the provision was to be explored. Now, they could explore it and meet that requirement, but NCC turns it down, but they still managed to satisfy the amendments of that. So my suggestion would be is that everything to be put on zone provision holding until it is met, that the NCC does agree to do winter maintenance and take liability with lighting and everything like that. But the other gentleman there was very eloquent about the distances and everything, so I'm not going to go over that again. There's two little things that I like to also address. One is the shadow study that's been done that was put in with the developer, and I think that they were being very economical with the truth there. Two studies that they put forth was March 21st and September 21st, which, if anyone knows, the pathway of the sun is approximately the same. So they just doubled their effort without any additional information. Whereas other developers that put forth here sun studies, shadow studies, they also included December 21st and June 21st, whereas previous people haven't. Now, the impact of the study, shadow study there, would be that on June 21st, it would deeply impact the residents of 2075 Richmond Road and 1190 Richmond Road. And on December 21st, it will severely impact residents of 1195 Richmond Road and 96 McEwen Road. Odd that that was not included, whereas other developers have included those studies. So I think that is something that should be looked into. The third point I'd like to make is about the actual construction as well. They have it that they're going to do a phase 1 and a phase 2 construction. Phase 1 is the 7-story and the 16-story. And once they are completed, then phase 2 would be Tower 2, which is the 28 stories. On one of their drawings, from the corner of the building of Tower 1 to the southern end of the property line is 11 meters. That's 40 feet approximately. Now, when they're doing construction on phase 1, this area, they're going to have, and the parking level 1 and 2 also go out a little bit further. So there's going to be even less space there. So I estimate, and I might be corrected on this, is that there's going to be about 20 feet of access from the Parkway House to Regina Street during the construction phase. The people in the Parkway House, you know, they go through, they're going to have a 20-foot space to go through while there's active construction. And what is the safety factor with they're involved? You know, how is that going to be managed? I have difficulty understanding phase 1 and phase 2 construction when they complete one half and then they have to dig out the next half to be put together as a Lego set. I'm not in construction, I don't know, but that was certainly a question that I would like to look into whether it's feasible. Other than that, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to address the council. It's my first time in civic operations, so I quite enjoyed this experience. Thank you very much.
Oh. It's what we aim for.
Yeah.
An enjoyable presentation. Thank you very much for the comments. Your Councillor Kavanagh has some questions for you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for coming out today. Appreciate it. In terms of the construction safety, I will raise that with staff. I think you deserve answers on the process, particularly since it's primarily on Regina Street. It's all on Regina Street. And the shadow study, which of course it was a huge issue in the previous file. So I think you deserve answers on that. I don't know if there was any other questions you wanted me to check with on staff.
Outside of what the other speakers have spoken to.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Power is our next speaker. My understanding is that she's online. We will pull that up. Good afternoon, Sarah. Welcome to Planning Committee, Planning and Housing Committee.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Sure, thank you. Just check this. All right. So my name is Sarah Power, and like most others here today, I'm a member of the Lincoln Heights community. Although I am presenting as a resident of the neighborhood, I'll be making an attempt to represent the viewpoint of the majority of community members, the opinions of which have been collected through surveys, meetings, canvassing, and informal conversations that have been done in our neighborhood over the last 16 months or so. I'd like to discuss the topics of intensification in our neighborhood and the surrounding area, as well as the possible future development of the lot at 2475 Regina Street, and how, in fact, the majority of our community is not opposed to these two things, even though we do oppose the proposed development in question. It may seem from the opposition that many people here are showing to the proposed project The members of this neighborhood are opposed to intensification or any type of build on the proposed lot. And indeed, this may be the case for a small number of community members. However, the reality is that our community association and the majority of community members understand and believe in the city's goals of intensification and infill, as well as welcome the development of a smaller, more appropriately scaled project on the subject lot. The Lincoln Heights neighborhood is adjacent to the Lincoln Fields area and future LRT station. And as a result, we understand that many of the current low-rise commercial lots along Laurier Avenue and Richmond Road will be developed into high-rise residential or mixed-use buildings. Some of these lots already have proposed or approved developments, and it should be noted that the Community Association has not opposed these developments when they meet the city's guidance, such as being located in the transit hub and having access to the main arterial routes. There are a large number of high-rise buildings in the areas adjacent to Lincoln Heights, and development along Richmond Road as it transitions into an old main street is inevitable and acceptable to the community and its association. What makes the proposed project different from these other areas is that it fails to meet the city's policies on development, as has been outlined in several written and oral submissions by the community today and over the last 12 months. The scale of the proposed project is currently that of a cumulative 51-story complex with over 500 residential units. The Lincoln Heights neighborhood currently holds only a fraction of that number of houses and yet already struggles with parking and traffic concerns. For comparison, the tallest building in Ottawa, the Claridge Icon building at Carling and Preston, is 45 stories and has only 321 units. Given these contexts and the fact that the project is located at the end of a small dead-end local road, we feel that the scale of the project for this location is in excess. Indeed, the official plan agrees and would typically only allow for a 4-story building at this location. As mentioned, most of our community members are not opposed to a new development on this lot. Although it would still require rezoning, a 4-story development would align with the official plan. But it is my understanding that residents would be accepting of a large development as well. If a secondary plan was developed for the neighborhood, we would anticipate the city would determine what might be an acceptable scale for this location, but a secondary plan has not yet been developed. Without a secondary plan, we can again refer to the official plan. In subsection L of 12.3.1 of the official plan, it states that a mid-rise building proposal would be acceptable within a 900-meter walking distance of the LRT station. So if the NCC pathway is cleared in winter, thus reducing the walking distance to the LRT station to approximately 850 meters, an area-specific site proposal for a mid-rise building might be appropriate for the site. If a developer were to propose a mid-rise development, particularly with the caveat that the NCC pathway was lit and cleared in the winter, this project would align with the city policies and would not be opposed by the majority of the community residents. In summation, we wish to express the idea that rejecting a single project at its current scale, which fails to meet the official plan as designed by the city, is not a mutually exclusive stance with being pro-intensification. This area will experience a flood of infill in the coming years, and we encourage the city to approve those projects where they not only meet the city's goals for intensification, but also their policies on how those goals are achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you very much for respecting our time limit. It does matter. I appreciate that. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sarah, for coming out today. You waited a while, and I appreciate your patience on this issue. I will be raising the issue about secondary plan, is it in or out, and also the relationship with the official plan. I think that's the key question that we're hearing. And one thing I should point out is that we're only dealing with this site, even though it's been raised that, yes, there's other developments going on. The way it works at planning committee is that we can only deal with the one site. And it doesn't, I can understand the concern that other things are going on, but that is what's in front of us. So we will be dealing with that one on Regina Street and taking into consideration the other ones obviously is an impact, but We certainly want to look at the impact of this project. So thank you for your delegation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cavanagh. I don't see any other questions for you, Sarah. Thank you very much for making a presentation today. That brings us to Kathy Montahan, who I understand has some slides. Oh, good afternoon, Kathy.
Some time too, because I don't think I need to go over some of these other points.
No worries. Whenever you're ready, you do have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, so my name's Kathy Montahan. I'm a resident of Lincoln Heights, and I'm here to support my neighbors and as well as my husband and myself. Next slide. Okay, so I think this is a slide that really summarizes what Ron Perver was saying, that, you know, if you've got a larger sample size, you're going to get better information. And just the fact that, you know, households are opposed isn't going to really have any impact on you. So I think we can go to the next slide. Okay, so this is just to point out, you know, the section of the opposing forces. Next slide. Okay, I did want to go over this, and I know it has been talked about already in terms of rezoning of the parks and open space. And the fact that the secondary plan hasn't been completed for this area. The official plan designates and policy state that the subject lands are designated as neighborhood in the inner urban transit. And within neighborhoods, the development is to be characterized as low to mid density, low rise development. The plan also indicates that sites with hubs and along Main Street corridors are appropriate for high rise buildings, but this site doesn't meet either criteria. Next slide. This is just a visual of what we're talking about in terms of what the secondary plan is encompassing and is not finished. And you'll notice that the neighborhood that we're talking about is at the top there, and is only within the blue circle. Next slide. These are pictures I took myself because sometimes it's helpful to actually see what we're talking about in terms of pictures. So all 3 pictures are taken from the same corner of Regina Street and not Regina Street and Astley, Regina Street and Lincoln Heights Road. So if on the left side there, you'll see that this is looking towards Parkway House. And that is the only access in and out of that property. Okay, as you can see, it's a pretty short section of road. And then when on the other 2 pictures are just showing you that this is a low rise, essentially a bunch of houses in this neighborhood. And it's very out of character to have a 28-story building. Next slide. Okay, so I did want to talk more about this slide because it hasn't been covered yet. But myself and others disagree with the lumping of the proposed development with the Kitchissippi-McCann high-rise development neighborhood. Because the existing buildings across from this site, it's across 2 strips of NCC property. There's 4 lanes of traffic and an intervening traffic island. Those buildings in the McEwen Ambleside areas are composed entirely of high-rise buildings in a tower in the park configuration with no low-density dwellings. And the Lincoln Heights side of the Kitchissippi-McCann is designated as neighborhood with low-rise residences, driveways, yards, and a school, lining the only access road for this proposed construction. Next slide. These are my pictures again, taken from the NCC pathway, and you'll see on the left is the Ambleside development where you see they're all high rises. And then I turn around, excuse me, I turn around and I take a picture of the back of the property that is where the proposed development is, and you'll see that there's a lot of green space there that's going to be taken down. Next slide. And I don't need to go over this because it's been talked about already by other residents. But I do want to ask the question as to how the committee can accept this proposal as it stands when there's so many questions about the proposal. There's opposition to anything other than mid-rise. And it doesn't conform to the official plan as it stands. Thank you.
Sorry, just trying to get some procedural stuff out of the way. Okay, I don't see any questions to members for you. I'm sorry, I am really interested in this slide. Forgive me, let me gather my thoughts for a moment. What is that route that you've painted out? So from 2475, you're walking along the road, and then along the road, and then along a pathway. And then from the pathway, you have to turn right, presumably to get to a traffic light on Carling. And then you come all the way back and then down into Lincoln Fields, right?
Right.
So
No,
that's,
I would actually this was an early drawing that actually I got from one of my colleagues there. The slide that I would pay more attention to is the one that John O'Connell had, which is that second slide, because that's probably more what you're talking about, which is, you know, assuming that the snow removal is going to happen, what the distance would be. So this distance is probably less important to pay attention to than John O'Connell's second one.
okay.
Okay.
I'll revisit that as I can. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yeah, just a quick thank you, Kathy, for coming out today, and we will be asking questions about that as stated. So appreciate your time.
Thank you. I also want to say that the neighborhood is supportive of the Parkway residents, and we do want them to find a solution. We just don't want a 28-story building to be the solution. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Leaving Bill Glass and then James McLaren before we turn to staff. Good afternoon, Mr. Glass. Welcome to Planning and Housing Committee. As you've heard a few times now, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I want to first of all talk a little bit about Regina. It's 8.5 meters wide, barely wider than a 2-lane driveway. The city, in terms of dealing with the congestion to date, has made it no stopping at all the way from this site to Britannia Road, which is a significant distance. And on the south side of the street, it is no stopping for the first 2 blocks. Some no parking zones. So the city is already dealing, I assume, with the congestion that they feel by making, in a residential area in the suburbs, no stopping zones over more than 50% of the street. This is a concern. It's also a concern when we look at the number of people that are going to be introduced to this facility. Not counting the Parkway House people, there will be 778 bedrooms in this new pair of buildings, which is going to lead to 850 people perhaps. The space for tenants to park is 224 if you do the math on what they provided, subtract the bicycles, subtract the visitor parking outside, and subtract the Parkway House parking. So it's 224 spots for 778 bedrooms. And there is no way that that's going to work. This is in an area that's already intense. It's got a fair amount of density. It's always been near the Lincoln Heights bus transit way. It's underserved for parking today. A number of people squat in the former Lincoln Heights Mall for their cars. Yesterday morning at 4 o'clock, there were 132 cars there that had no home. By 9 o'clock, it was 102 cars. The area is underserved for parking, and we are going to make that situation worse, which is only going to dump it onto Lincoln Heights Crescent, which is the only place that people can go. A low-rise development absolutely would suit the space and presumably could accommodate the Parkway people. This is unbelievable in terms of the unsuitability to plunk in 850 or 900 people on a street that's already been deemed too congested to have parking on both sides of the street or even parking on either side of the street within the 2-block area before this. So I ask your consideration to look at this and realize that this scale of project is absolutely unsuitable for this location. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a concise presentation. And I'm sorry, I accidentally turned off my computer. Kevin, Councilor Kevin, did you have your hand up? Nope.
You would not.
Hello.
Please.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to understand if the parking ratio was not as aggressive and it was at maybe a 0.7, would you be more favorable towards the development?
So that's presumably a necessary thing to do to make it look more reasonable. When I wrote in last July to the planning folks, July the 18th, I tried to point out the fact that in their traffic survey, they didn't account for the orphan people that are going to come. They didn't account for the fact that if 900 people in this place are going to use Amazon, DoorDash, Uber, etc., and there's no allocation for that in the transit study or in the transportation study, and there was no response to that. I also asked, in terms of the parkland that's immediately adjacent to this, if we could display a sign, but the only sign that was displayed was only visible to the people who go to the Parkway House. So you didn't get responses from those people, and we didn't get responses on the suitability of the traffic management. There was nothing. It wasn't mentioned in what you got. And the fact of life is Uber, Amazon, DoorDash, they're out there and they're coming to places. You point down 900 people in rental accommodation, they're coming.
Right. So do I understand then, no, you still wouldn't be acceptable of the development even if the parking ratio was
It
different?
can't work. You need to change the parking ratio to get to first base, but you go to second base by looking at who's coming and going out of the place anyhow.
Okay.
So the parking is a consideration for sure that should have been dealt with, but the traffic level is going to be way more than this area can handle. Sorry.
Okay, well, we'll certainly be having questions about how people move around the transportation network, and that is certainly of interest. I have a similar development.
We need a
coming
more
at Baseline
modern
Station.
approach to looking at the transportation, other than looking at what it was like in 2016, which I think the data was from.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. I
Right.
appreciate the presentation. Our final public delegation today is Bill Glass. Oh, sorry, James McLaren. Yeah. We've reached that point where Jeff is just like, every meeting gets a little sloppy. Mr. McLaren, thank you very much for coming out. Welcome to Planning and Housing Committee. You have, sir, 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, councillors. I am the president of the board of Parkway House. We are a charitable organization that operates Parkway House. We're funded through, all of our residents are on disability support, so we get $930 whatever it is rent from them. It comes nowhere near close to the cost of operating the facility. We have 12 residents. We have 2 staff, 24/7. We provide all the meals to our residents. So obviously that doesn't cover it. Most of our funding comes from the Ministry of Health. Every year we submit a budget to the Ministry of Health and they look at it and they say, that's good, you're doing a good job. Here's the same money we gave you last year. Sometimes we get a little increase here and there, but it does not keep up with inflation. So, you know, what I'm trying to tell you, why are we doing this? Because we have to. We have a very large deficit between our funding from the government and what it actually costs to operate. That deficit is now into the 6 figures. How have we funded that? I was just thinking, I've been on the board of Parkway House for over 20-ish, 30 years, somewhere around there. Ever since I came on the board, we've been trying to come up with a plan to develop the land to ease our funding deficit. This is, I think, the 6th proposal we've entertained. It's the 3rd one that's gotten to the stage of public consultation. I won't go into the details. I did in 3 minutes and 14 seconds to all the reasons why the other ones have not succeeded. What's happened over the intervening time, the last 20 years? So Parkway House proper, the physical land and building are owned by a separate foundation, which is also a charitable organization. all of the funds in that organization that were initially earmarked for expansion of Parkway House, it was originally intended to be larger. I won't go into why. That didn't have just changing priorities from the province. And for, you know, building renewal and maintenance and all of that is all gone now. We've used it to subsidize our operating loss. So, you know, I'll be honest and frank, we're up against it. If this doesn't succeed, we will be closing. What will happen to the land if we close? Will it be parkland? No, we'll fight to the last breath. I'm on that board. My job is to, as I see it, is to provide a home for those 12 residents. And I keep doing that as long as I can. And that means we'll sell the land for whatever we can get for it. And we'll keep going for as long as we can. So, you know, for the residents in the area, will that land beside our building remain as open parkland? No, it won't. It can't. Why didn't we wait for the secondary plan to come into force? We don't have time. We're already being subsidized by the company that's doing our development to stay afloat. They're already paying us money and we haven't even finalized this plan yet because they have to. We need it. So that's where we are. Why is the density at the level it is? Because, well, I mean, like I said, we've used up all our funding for building renewal. We need a new building. The thing is 40 years old. It's not very efficient. The infrastructure is inside is such it doesn't work that great for our residents anymore. Their needs are changing. Equipment's changed over time. The wheelchairs are bigger and so on. We need a new building. We don't have money to buy it. We need operating funding. So the density on that site is driven by that need. It is what it is to obtain the funding. We can't just build townhouses or a 4-story building on it. It just doesn't work. We've tried to pencil that out. It just doesn't work. So that's where we are. I thank you, Mr. Chair and Council Planning Committee members for your time today.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you, James, for your presentation today. You actually answered what I was going to ask. I mean, I was anticipating the green space is probably an important feature for your residents and your staff, and I was trying to understand the trade-offs there and how you came to that decision, but I think you've already covered that. Yeah. Just in terms of the future sustainability of what you do, does this mean decades of sustainability? Does this mean in perpetuity? Like looking into the future, what does this mean for you?
Well, we exist on the vagaries of politics, right? And the provincial government. So, you know, our deficit ebbs and flows with time, but it never seems to go away. When we initially set up this proposal, this plan, we thought that it would allow us to proceed, you know, in perpetuity. It may not do that. Our deficit has increased since then in the last 3 years significantly. We are hoping once this goes through to go to the province and say, look, we're, you know, all we need is another 20,000-30,000 a year and we can provide this home to the end of time. So, and we're going way more, we're maximizing our ability to use the resources we have to accomplish our goal of providing that housing. So we just need a little bit more help. And also we are a charitable organization, so I will be accepting donations if anybody.
All right. Thank you, James. Thanks for everything. Thanks for everything you and the volunteers and staff do at Parkway House. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, James, for coming out today. I know this has been a longstanding issue, and as has been pointed out by residents, it goes back way back. I think the strange thing is the zoning that is currently there, which is very odd, being so there's a building on it, yet it's considered to be A1. I don't know what the history of why that happened, but it just doesn't seem, it's something that makes it seem like this is just wrong to develop, yet it's privately owned. Your charity owns it. So
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any comments.
I can speak to that a little bit, Mr. Chair, through you. It was before my time. My understanding, we actually had Marion Dewar on our board for some time. It was at the time that she passed away, actually. She said that the zoning was done in such a way, so the land was owned by the separate school board. I'm not 100% clear exactly why, but it was sort of flipped through the city and then to Parkway House. And the zoning, it was put in as a non-conforming use. And there was a covenant placed on the land. That covenant's expired now. It's not relevant anymore, but essentially from what Marion Dewar told me, that the intent was to allow that land to be used only for the purposes of the benefit of the residents of Parkway House. And I would say that we are fulfilling that purpose today because our only reason for doing this development is to keep that place alive.
One of the questions that came up is about transparency between yourselves and the developer. Are the books open on that? Because this is.
Yeah, we have. How did we get to this development? We engaged a private consultant to develop a set of criteria for proposals. We entertained 3 proposals from 3 different development groups. Windmill offered us the most generous terms. We accepted that proposal. All of our contracts with Windmill between us and the development proponent have gone through our private consultant who works for us and also through our lawyer. They're a separate entity. They've been incredibly beneficial to us. I'm amazed how much they're doing for us, but there's no connection between us and them other than a contract.
Okay, I think that they just want to know how it evolved, and being as it's something that is coming to their neighborhood and is a major change. Now, I appreciate what's going on, and I'll be asking questions to staff on behalf of residents who've raised some of the concerns and in terms of this property. Thanks very much, James.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. I mean, I can pose this as a question, but I'm not sure there's a good answer for it. This is a rezoning and OPA for, forgive me, 7, 16, and 28-story residential. Somebody said there's how many units in total? Somebody was talking about 728 bedrooms, but it's fewer units.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
500 with a 0.5 parking ratio. So this is going to generate probably 40 or 50 AM peak trips over the course of the 2-hour AM peak. Sorry, 50, 60. Yeah. So, easily predicted numbers. That's not an insignificant impact on the community. I certainly understand that, this is on the edge of the community and we treat edges differently than we do the interior of neighborhoods. But there's no major arterial serving this road for those 40 or 50 or 60, say, AM trips, plus, to the gentleman's point, utility trips by the various different service companies. It's a big impact. And with 500 units, I guess I'm wondering, is this as minimally big as it has to be in order for you to continue operations? Because this is if someone were to buy it to put a planned unit development, they'd pay $4 million. I don't know what the number is, But, you know, if somebody were constrained in the size of development that they could put here, it's a multi-million-dollar property. Can you not survive selling it to somebody who's going to put in a mid-rise density?
It's not for me to, you know, decide what profit margin our developer partner should sustain or if they're making anything. But as I said, I mean, we now have a 6-figure deficit. It's not for me in the public forum to go into huge detail about our funding either, I suppose. We're getting a new 12 resident building from this. I'm not super conversant on construction costs, but I would say that's somewhere in the neighborhood of a $5 to $6 million building, plus enough funding to, you know, to offset our deficits. We haven't decided 100% how we're going to format the deal yet. That's coming in the next few weeks, but possibly an annuity that would fund that deficit in perpetuity as long as it doesn't get too much above 100,000. That's a big chunk of change. That's a lot to ask from 1 hectare of land.
Yeah.
So the answer to your question, I think, is no. It can't be less dense than it is.
And I have to acknowledge it is none of our business. The grounds upon which we make this decision are not whether or not you have the density required or your development partner has the density required in order. The question is a business, is a development of this size and this use appropriate for this geography? But I'm going to be listening closely to Ms. Stern's answer to my colleagues' questions on this one.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to that, please. This is the developer that came to us with a proposal that would provide the funding that we need. And that's where we are on it. Okay. And we don't really, like I said, we don't really have the time to question that. We've been around this mulberry bush so many times now, and we're up against it. We don't have any choices anymore.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thanks for the work that you do in service on the board. I don't see any other questions from members, so we'll turn to questions of staff. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of questions, and they're basically the ones that have been raised by residents, and in terms of all the concerns. Starting off with the history, we've got a little bit from Mr. McLaren, and that this was not supposed to be developed, we're asking for a major zoning change. Why is this not being part of the secondary plan? Mr. McLaren said they were in a hurry, but is that the answer, or is it why is it being treated separately from the secondary plan, which is not completed?
Thank you, Councillor. A development application was in advance of the secondary plan and was reviewed on its own merits under the new official plan that was approved in 2022. There is an ongoing secondary plan, but again, the applicant's needs indicate that they needed to finalize their plans prior to the secondary plan. The secondary plan is still in its early stages. There hasn't been a significant amount of public consultation as of yet. And again, we have a planning application that was submitted and was reviewed under the current policy regime and statutory timelines that we need to meet for that.
Thank you. In terms of the location, I think that's obviously the heart of the concern, is that we have developments that are on arterial roads, and this is in a residential area on a dead-end street. So a lot of the concerns stem from that, because there's only one way in and out. I don't know of any other examples of new developments of this scale that would fit that. And how do we justify that?
think this really is quite a unique site. It's not often that you get a 1 hectare site at the edge of the neighborhood, surrounded by open space, where surrounded by 20-story buildings in relatively close proximity to transit that is undeveloped. So I think the context is very unique in this situation. It is acknowledged that by public roads, it is about a kilometer walk to the transit station. However, it is within a close radius, and through the holding provision that has been put on the site, further work to examine how exactly to get that direct access to transit will be determined prior to development on the site.
I'll get to that later because that's definitely a biggie. And I appreciate that hold is there. But in terms of the questions that were raised by residents about emergency services and just in and out, how was that handled?
A traffic impact assessment was submitted by the applicant and was reviewed by our transportation department, and they did not indicate concerns or any upgrades that are required to the local road system to accommodate this. It also was circulated to fire services, and they did not indicate any concerns with the number of units on the access. Of course, at building permit, the development will have to meet building code in terms of fire as well. But no upgrades to the transportation system for vehicles were required or identified through the rezoning.
I think that's very important to know. In terms of the NCC, a lot of concerns about Mud Lake and its proximity. What kind of consultation did we have with NCC, and what did they say?
The NCC was circulated on the applications, both the official plan amendment and rezoning, and they provided comments on both. Their comments solely related to access to the path and the mechanism to connect to the pathway system. They did not provide comments related to Mud Lake. Mud Lake is also regulated by the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, and they were circulated on the application and provided comments, and they had no concerns with the application as well.
Okay. In terms of tree losses and shrubs, this is mostly it's an open property with one small building on it. So what is the plan in terms of replacement of any trees that need to be taken out?
A tree conservation report was not submitted with the rezoning application, as was practice. Through the future site plan application, identification of where trees can retain on the site through development will be looked at. Further, the minimal parking ratio that's provided on the site does provide a lot of room for tree planting on the site, as there's not underground parking underneath large portions of the site. So it allows space for roots and planting as well.
So do we have that commitment from the developer to plant?
To replace tree, through site plan, it will be a city requirement that we look at tree planting, and our official plan has pretty strong policies related to tree canopy cover and reaching the city's goal for 40% canopy. So certainly through the site plan, it is something that we will do is look for opportunities for tree plantings.
In terms of, I'm just going to go through the list of different things that were raised. Shadow study was mentioned, and there was concern that it is going to affect properties in the neighborhood. Has there been outreach to these properties?
Shadow study was submitted, and it looked at the equinox dates, which June tends to be the best date, the least shadow as the sun is highest overhead. December, the shadows are quite long. So we tend to look at the September and March date for how we evaluate shadows. There's minimal shadow on the backyards of surrounding residents, and the shadow moves quickly over the Byron Linear Park. The shadows meet our shadow terms of reference evaluation criteria for shadow on surrounding homes. So we were satisfied with that.
One of the concerns raised was construction safety. We know it's going to be in 2 stages, so that and the first one will be replacing the Parkway House and the smaller buildings. And that was mentioned, it was a lot of prefab, but there's still construction traffic, and currently the road is not set up for major for major traffic. How is that being handled?
Those are site plan related matters and it will be looked at further at site plan. We can look at parking restrictions and crane swing agreements, but we recognize that construction is a nuisance, and through things like site alteration bylaw and noise bylaw, we would look to ensure that they're meeting city standards.
Okay, thank you. The biggest concern that has been raised is the pathway, is the NCC pathway. And it's something I raised right from day one when the proposal came, when the developer came to the office, immediately they were relying on the NCC path to be the connectivity. And there's been, let's say, discussions on what the length is. It said 400 meters, I've heard 800 meters. But the issue is that it is a good length and it belongs to the NCC, yet we absolutely need that to be an all year round path to make this, to make people who live in these units have a way to get to a station when they don't have a car. Half the people will not have a car. And yet we're just saying maybe on making an agreement with the NCC. I have a real concern about that.
It is staff's expectation that there will be improved connections to the station. Well, it's staff's and council's preferred route that it would take the NCC paths that are the most direct. And the NCC has indicated to staff that they are supportive of this. However, a mechanism for winter funding needs to be determined. So a hold is on the property to work that out. But there may be other options as well, which the applicant could explore. There's the large towers on Richmond on the north side and the south side, and there may be opportunities for private access easements through those sites as well to get direct access to the station as well. So there may be a couple of options to get very quick direct access to the station. But again, the NCC is the preferred option and a hold is on the site to explore this prior to development.
Will you be communicating the progress of that with my office, for example, and so that I can relay it to the community?
Certainly. So a lifting of the hold application will be required prior to any development or the approval of a site plan control application on the site. Typically, a lifting of a hold is a delegated authority approval, meaning staff have the authority to approve it. However, it ultimately does need to be approved by council, and you, councillor, have the authority to withdraw delegated authority and bring the matter to planning committee for discussion and ultimately to council as well.
Okay, thank you. It almost seems like it should go to transportation committee, but obviously for planning committee because it is an application. I think that's probably the biggest concern in terms of, but the scale is very large. And one of the comments was the fact that even if people don't have cars, there will be service vehicles, DoorDash or whatever. And the traffic. One of my concerns is that, as was shown on the slides that Kathy was showing, there's only one sidewalk. And can development charges be used to improve that area? Because currently one sidewalk doesn't cut it. If it's going to have that kind of development, we need that active transportation to be upgraded. So what are the plans on that?
That's something that can be looked at through the wider secondary plan process. It would have to be added to the development charge bylaw. And so there would have to be some study around that, as well as it would have to be determined that it's appropriate. We may lose trees, there may be services, there may be some impediments to adding a sidewalk on the second side. There is a sidewalk on Regina, which is appropriate to get people to Richmond Road at this time.
Yeah, there is one sidewalk, but I believe that if there's going to be that much traffic, when you're going to have that much development, you need a second sidewalk. I think that is very important. And I think that it should be taken into consideration and it should be looked at as soon as possible, along with the NCC pathways, because they're both connectivity issues. We're talking about the NCC pathway as for the station, but in terms of Regina, that's an exit for going to Lincoln Fields, which is where you get your groceries or whatever, since we know commercial development will continue. So I think that's really important as well. Obviously, there's major concerns in the community, and I want an answer on, in terms of the official plan. This is asking for an exemption to this official plan. So how do we justify that when we've put that work in the official plan and it's asking for an amendment?
The Planning Act provides a process for amendments to the official plan, and we review it on the basis of the provincial policy statement, matters of provincial interest, and the wider policies and direction of the official plan. While there is an increase in height proposed to the neighborhood policies, again, as per my report, it's appropriate as transition can be provided to the residents. There's no undue impacts in terms of transit, shadow, and it's within close proximity of transit as well.
We hope that people will be using the transit. I mean, we expect everyone to be using it, but we've only got parking for half of them. And that's a major concern. We have to make it easier to get to transit. It's got to be done. That's probably the biggest concern, because otherwise we're putting a lot of burden on the community and the people that are there. But I do have a question, and I know this is site plan related, but are we, and I could have added this to the developer, and I believe they're going to do it, but are they going to have share car services on their property so that people do not feel that they have to own a car?
That's something that certainly can be looked into at the site plan stage. Through the site plan stage, an additional level of transportation impact is required, where they will look at transportation demand management measures. Certainly, there are options that the developer can look at, such as providing car share, free transit passes for residents, unbundled parking, things like that, to reduce the burden on cars.
Thank you. And I hope they use those transit passes. I have to pass it on to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So in terms of the holding symbol, I think what we heard a clear expectation from delegations, the walkway connectivity. They asked for lighting. They asked for snow clearing. I'm assuming salt or sand to prevent falls. Is that the level that staff are going to insist on to address the conditions of that holding symbol?
Chair, if I may, staff are looking to ensure that discussions continue with respect to improving the pedestrian and active connectivity. You know, the clear path that everyone sees is the NCC pathway that's right next to it. There are jurisdictional issues sometimes that we run into at the National Capital Commission that are outside of the developer's control and outside of the city's control that may require the city to participate in those discussions for this. And sometimes those discussions lead to an end that the city is not prepared to accept. And so I certainly hear where the councillor is going. I hear the desires of the community and the expectations. I think part of the reason why that language in the hold is worded the way it is because, you know, there is some uncertainty with respect to achieving a solution with the NCC. There may be other solutions that are possible with other private property owners, you know, with other potential connectivities. If, you know, there are other options that could exist. And I know we're focusing on the NCC pathways, but that is a challenge. So with respect to, you know, winter maintenance of those pathways, it is not, the NCC is not in the business of maintaining winter pathways or doing winter maintenance on their pathways. It would, in order for that to happen, it would require the city to take that on. We have had discussions with Public Works. They have identified concerns with taking that on, and they've identified, you know, the potential that it would require opening up other agreements with the NCC in order to have those negotiations and discussions. And so it isn't as simple as getting permission to access it. There's more things in play.
Okay, well, I hope those conversations are productive because there's been a lot of talk about having one entrance. If we can have a winter solution for pathways to Lincoln Fields, all of a sudden this building has two entrances. Just wanted to check when you're measuring distance from a property, because there's a lot of questions about distance. I assume you're going from like the corner of the property to the edge of the transitway station to come up with that 400 meters?
Correct. Active pathways to Lincoln Field Station have not been finalized. There's still some work to be done through the secondary plan. And there's upgrades to the Laurier Avenue Bridge, which will again open up more opportunities for additional pathways and connections. So at this point in time, yes, I measured from the edge of the site to the edge of the platform.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, the proximity to transit is what's most important here on this site, and not just Lincoln Fields, but it's close to Route 11. And I looked it up. If we were to leave about now, it says we can get to Tunney's in 9 minutes or to Bayshore in 10 minutes, two other LRT stations on a bus route. And this is exactly one of the keys to building OC Transpo ridership is to get more people living as close as possible to major transit stations and transit. So this is well aligned to that goal, in addition to the clear human need for Parkway House. So I hope we can resolve the pathway maintenance issues, and I'll be supporting this one. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wonder, given the pathway considerations, is it not an option to strengthen the language so that the options will be explored until they are met? Can we not have it both ways, even though we don't know what's going to happen? I think the discomfort is that it could be optional at the end of the day, while the holding provision would imply that it was not. So can we close the loop on that?
The option exists for council through a motion to amend the recommendation that's before you to change the language. I wish Tim Mark was in the room so he could speak to what your mechanics and mechanical abilities are to do that. But the option does exist. The concern from staff and why it was worded the way it is largely the uncertainty because we have, it's not just a discussion between the city and the developer. It's a discussion between the city and the developer and another entity that could be more complicated and complex than just this pathway. And so ultimately staff recognize that may be a very difficult discussion, and the timelines or certainty that we would like to have may not be feasible. But to your direct question of whether that language could be strengthened, yes, it could.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I'd be happy to have that to strengthen that and amend it if it could be considered a friendly amendment. We could just work on some quick wording.
Mr. Chair, I'm not in the room because my voice is off today, and I figured people would prefer that I not be in the room. But if the councillor has some thoughts and she wishes to send them to me by email, I'm just down the hall in the Keefe room, and I'd be pleased to try to work out something.
Yeah, so I guess my caution would be, it sounds like you're proposing to change the language of the proposed holding on the zoning in order to make it more explicit that it be contingent upon a successful negotiation. I don't believe staff are going to support that, but I might be wrong.
Mr. Chair, I mean, through our discussion and coming to the recommendations before you, that is one of the things that we have discussed. Ultimately, we have landed on a recommendation that is allows for flexibility, but still, puts importance on the discussions to unfold.
So as always, we don't require staff's support for anything. We can do whatever we want. We are the Planning and Housing Committee of City Council.
Okay, but just to clarify, sorry to jump in, Chair, but I wasn't actually moving a motion at that time. I was just exploring whether or not before council we might be able to. So I don't currently have anything declared.
So if you do want to put that forward as a motion, by all means, put that language together for review by Mr. Mark. And then
Yeah,
we'll
we
vote
can
on
do
it.
that before council.
Okay, before council, perfect. Yeah, so you can have some further discussions as well with staff around that one. Okay, was there anything else, Councillor Kavanaugh? I did have a question before you wrap up. So I'm gonna ask staff. Residents have pointed to certain policies, and I'm sorry, I didn't write them down very specifically, but I think it was 12.3.1 sub J speaks to the conditions under which we can support greater density. And one of those conditions is that it be within a certain distance of a transit station. But am I wrong in thinking that that is not a prohibition against adopting an official plan amendment? That in fact, the proponent can apply for any official plan amendment, and you have the full purview to either recommend refusal or approval of that.
Correct.
Okay, so 12.3.J1 is not it's not a strict prohibition against adopting an official plan amendment such as you're recommending here. Yeah, okay, I'm good. Sorry, it's becoming a long meeting. With respect to where this is in the neighborhood, I am still concerned that this is not necessarily the edge of the neighborhood, although it is kind of sandwiched between the existing low rise and the parkway. But we're treating it like an edge condition. And that's raising problems with respect to particularly the traffic egress and ingress. Why is this not being treated, and I'm open-minded, but why is this not being treated as the interior of the neighborhood?
I think that the conditions of this site are very unique within the city, and it can't really compare apples to apples ever in planning. And you're not wending your way through Regina and through Lincoln Heights neighborhood. It's a direct shot to Regina and Astley. The houses on the south side of Regina have a big hedge kind of back onto the street there. And again, the 22-story building that's already there that presents its back to the residents. It really is quite a unique site with the potential for that direct connection to transit within very close proximity. Again, that it's so large that you're able to apply an angular plane and meet those transition conditions to the neighborhood. So there's not a ton of overlook. The site's very large, opportunities for landscaping. It's quite a unique condition in this area.
Okay. I'm just thinking about similar, there are some similar properties in my ward. I'm thinking about the Jules Leger Center, for example, which I assume is either an I or an O or some combination of the two next to transit. But where I do understand that even though it's only served by one road, Lanark, it will almost, if it were ever being developed, would almost certainly be tall and dense. This is an uncomfortable one for me. I'm going to support this application today. But I do want to leave it open to the residents to make very specific arguments based on our official plan, chapter and verse, that I will contemplate before council. Councillor Kavanaugh, did you want to say anything else?
Yeah, this is a very difficult file. I agree. Being on a street that is considered mostly residential. And yet we do need more housing. We do need more development. There's a strong case for Parkway House. It's unfortunate that the provincial government has left us in that situation. I think that has to be noted, that is where they have been left high and dry for a charity that looks after 12 disabled people. But it is a private property. This is one that can ask when it's bought by a developer for what it wants on the property, and that's what it's doing. And it seems quite a lot. So those are concerns. But my major concern was the reliance on that transitway connection that is not 100%. And because the third party is the NCC, and we don't have a hard, fast deal with that. And it's a cost, and it would be put on by the city. If we can work that out with the development charges, because this is specifically for this development, we need to work out who's paying for that to make it so that people can get to the station, because all those residents that are going to be going to the station have been shortchanged if that doesn't happen. So that's my big concern. That's why I feel that we have to strengthen that hold very much.
Thank you very much. So I don't believe we have an amended motions on the table. Members of the committee, is this item carried as recommended? Carried. Carried. Thank you very much. All right. I promise we will blast through. So I feel bad. I hope Gary Baker got some work done today. Thank you very much, staff, for your work on that. So there is the item, the treasurer's report on 2022 growth related revenues. We had held that. I know that Gary is available to answer questions. I cannot imagine at this late stage of the day that there are very many. Yep, go ahead, Glenn.
Want to make sure Gary is here. I see him on the screen. Hi, Gary.
Hi.
Thank you for your patience. After the long day, it almost seems inconsequential, but it came up when we had our transit briefing the other day that the amount we've been collecting in DCs doesn't match what we need to realize our capital planning. And if I'm reading the document one correctly, the revenues and adjustments in 2022 from development charges was about $230.5 million. Did we project when we passed our previous development charge bylaw what we should have collected in the year 2022, and how off were we from what we thought we might have collected in 2022?
Well, yes, we would have projected, but I don't have that projection with me right now, so we can look at that in particular if you'd like to see how we're tracking against what we projected. It's come up from time to time in the past, and we've tried to respond to those type of questions, but we can look into that and let you know how it's tracked with what we projected we would be collecting in development charges. And just to let someone will know what I'm talking about, I'm working on network modifications programs. So that's what I was doing whilst I was listening to the committee. So
understanding you don't have the numbers right now, do you know if we're significantly above or below or relatively on target to what we predicted?
Councillor, I believe we since 2019 I think we've exceeded expectations as what we're collecting in development charges for transit for various reasons. One of the reasons why I say that is that while we transition the rates for all of the other services, we don't transition the rates for transit. So since day one of May 23rd, 2019, we've been collecting the amount that was in the DC study. So there was no transition provisions applied to the transit component. The transition provisions that lasted until March 31st, 2020 applied to all the other services except for transit. So we've been maximizing the amount of that we can collect in development charges for public transit since day one. And I believe in 2020, 2021, we've exceeded our expectations of what we were going to collect in development charges. Now, maybe this year is a different situation in 2022, 2023, but I believe we're on track or if not exceeded our revenue goals.
And more broadly than transit, though, we're still not collecting enough in development charges to meet our planned capital commitments. Is that correct?
Well, because of various things like transition, we transitioned the rates for other services. So in some cases, you were still paying the free bylaw update or the 2014 rate up until March 31st, 2020. So in some cases, we couldn't meet those targets because we had transitioned the rates and provided for a period of time where they could pay the quote unquote old rate versus the new rates. So once that transition period ended, then we started collecting the full amount. So, but I'm not as confident as I am with the other services that we compared to public transit, that we've been collecting the amount that we projected. And of course, there's ups and downs, but I find the last, especially 2019, 2021, I think we've exceeded what we had anticipated. But that sometimes we're below what we anticipate as well, right? So that's kind of it's a trade-off over time, and a lot of the services are we're collecting until 2031, or the time frame might be 12 or 17 or 20 or 22 years that we're collecting development charges, right? So to pay for infrastructure or projects, so the length of time also has implications as to whether we've met our revenue targets.
Okay, thank you. Wondering if you could distribute to committee the breakdown ward by ward for 2022. I know you've provided that to me previously, and it was just an interesting look at where DCs are coming in from.
Again, there's a couple of things. The only thing is that the ward boundaries have changed.
Yeah.
So if you looked at the ward boundaries, so I don't think, as far as I know, they haven't I'd have to check and map whether they've updated the ward boundaries. So there could be some anomalies, right? So there's definitely a new ward in this South Barhaven area, right? Ward 24. So and I think some of the other boundaries may have changed. So if you look at the list, I don't know if they've added that 24th ward, or they've adjusted the other boundaries. So I can send you what's in the system, but it may not exactly correspond to the various boundaries that were in place pre last municipal election.
Okay, that's fair. Do you know if Stittsville's still in the top three? You don't have to answer that. I just will mention we've been contributing a heck of a lot to development charge revenue over the past decade, and we're still waiting for our BRT or LRT in the West End. But I'll leave that there. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pointed Question Gower.
Can I be Catherine Pointed Question Kits? I'll just say ditto to
Councillor
Gower just said. To summarize this report grimly, would it be fair to say that we're being told the city can't really pay for its own growth right now?
No, I don't believe so. I think it's just it just gives you. I think having looked at other municipalities, I think we're in a pretty good situation, because we, unlike say some of the major municipalities in the GTA, they've issued all of their used debt to fund all their growth related infrastructure. So that worked reasonably well when you had low interest rates. But now that you have potentially higher interest rates, or in 2008, there was the housing crisis. And so there was a shift in the GTA. So some of the municipalities have had to increase their DC rates because to pay for the debt they had issued to pay for growth. So we haven't been using debt to that same extent as other municipalities to pay for growth related infrastructure. And our policies that were implemented a number of years ago are relatively conservative in the outlook as to what can be funded from DCs. So water and sewer, of course, can be in a committed and cash deficit. Transit, of course, we're incurring a lot of costs because of say, stage 2 of development, but we seem to be able to collect enough in development charges to offset those costs. But certainly, and if you look, I don't want to get too technical. If you look behind some of those are roll-ups, if to be frank with you. So you say public transit is a citywide charge, but roads and related services, it's actually split into 4 different categories: inside Greenbelt, outside Greenbelt, rural, and citywide. So some of those accounts may be in a deficit, some may be in the surplus, but they've been all rolled up into one amount, because then I'd have to have pages of of information for you, right? So that's something else to keep in mind. So maybe the citywide account could be in a surplus, but the area specific outside Greenbelt could be in a deficit, or vice versa. So those certain accounts are rolled up into one big large number or whatever. Same with water. There's citywide infrastructure, Lemieux and Britannia water treatment facilities versus say area specific, but it's all rolled up into one number. But I think relatively speaking, maybe as Councillor Gower has pointed out, transit is one concern because we are funding a lot of infrastructure with those development charges.
Okay, well, that's certainly more positive than my read of it. So thank you for that. I do note, though, that the report says we may have to look at other sources to cover the costs, including deferring projects. So do you have an idea of what sort of projects we're talking about?
Well, I think that's in the context of Bill 23. So yeah. Bill 23. So unlike other municipalities that passed bylaw and background study updates as of January 1st, 2022, we as a municipality haven't been subject to a lot of those provisions, right? So we will be subject to those provisions once we update in 2024. For example, all growth-related studies are no longer DC eligible. Affordable housing was one of those items that was effective as of November 29th, was no longer eligible. That was in 2022, right? So certain changes or legislative requirements are going to come into effect that aren't in effect right now. So yes, in the future, there's going to be issues with potential exemptions that the province has approved, like affordable and attainable housing. They haven't really defined those yet. They haven't released the bulletins that they're going to define them. At least now, I believe the premier's agreed to include income as one of those aspects when they look at affordable housing. Before it was just going to be market-driven costs. So, but yes, in the future there are concerns, and there's that mandatory phase-in now, right? So the mandatory phase-in is over 5 years. So that in itself maybe precludes the fact that we used to transition the rates, as I mentioned earlier for Councillor Gower. Maybe we wouldn't have to be required to do that anymore, since the province has basically prescribed to all municipalities that you have to phase in the rates over 5 years.
Okay. I feel like I have more questions, but I'll cede the floor. I'll follow up with you directly. Thank you, Gary.
It is always good to talk to Gary. I encourage people to do it. I don't see any other questions for you, Mr. Baker. Thank you very much for your patience today. And I know what you're working on. I'm glad you're doing that.
I think one of the councillors is happy too. And just by the way, very interesting discussion today. I really enjoyed I got the opportunity to listen in, and I've taken some notes as well. So thank you for all that, those great questions that were asked at committee today.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gary. Members of the committee, is this report received?
Received.
Thank you. We have no in-camera items. There was an information previously distributed, the residential dwelling approval pipeline. That's the second version of that we've received. Do take a look at it if you haven't. Good content for your socials with respect to how many units the city is approving as we seek to meet our targets. Are there any notices of motion? None. Are there any inquiries? None. Other business? We don't have any. Therefore, we are adjourned until Wednesday, October 4th, 2023. Thank you for your good work today, members.
I got it.